shot work, but I did feel pretty good. So maybe I gotta get more B12 shots.
Maybe because
it's kind of like vaccine.
Maybe because you got sun, because you have to go outside.
Yeah, it's like I'm never outside. It's like, yeah, that is true. My time outside is so little these days. So I do get a little bit of that.
And you know, this is a beautiful moment. This is a teachable moment with Moses and with what's it called? I smoke weed 24/7. What's his name?
S-Force?
Jose Patito.
Oh wow! Yeah.
We didn't talk about that on the show. I did
Oh,
want to
that
talk about
was hilarious. Yeah.
But you know, this is a teachable moment. We're all making friends again, dude. I feel like because they realize there's no better podcast at the end of the day, you know. Where did I put that at? Did I put it in Silton Tape? Oh yeah, he started posting in here. But yeah, so this happened. You know, he was like, I apologize to him for being very, what is it called, dismissive of him for a while there, because he was saying some crazy stuff, but then, hey Gerardo, this is Anna Lewis's wife. His name is Jose Patito. So I already knew. And in the middle of this, I was texting, this is probably a troll.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to tell you that, but he has OD, and I have to say that out publicly because I'm like, he didn't get me. He didn't get me. I knew him.
Big for you.
What's up?
Thank you, Adam. I love you too. I appreciate that.
But Elliot is listening.
No, what?
That's why they're arguing in their own room, and Adam's like, but Cooney's quick. You know what? Fuck you. I love you, Cooney. I don't hate you like Ellie does. And then he erased the like Ellie does part. This is Anna Lewis's wife. I'm sorry to tell you, but he has OD on the 1st of January 2026, which is not true because he posted the 21st of January 2026.
Yeah, I remember you knew that, said that to me. Yeah. That made me laugh.
I was like, this is probably a troll because he was posting about Bert ripping his shirt off the 21st of January. But I was like, you know what? Either way, either he's shitty for trolling me about his dad, or he's fucking dead. So either way, it doesn't matter. I'm sure Lewis would have appreciated the apology. You know, I have no idea what you're sorry about. There's a whole text sheet going through. Sure, that's why. Yeah. I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss, Anna. And then, what is this? Like an hour later, thank you. He took too many Sharpies to his butt, according to the autopsy, 33 to be exact. Fell asleep with them inserted and OD'd on the permanent ink. He had Gelardo as a cum pig written all over his body.
See, what makes me laugh about this is that it's not far from the Cooney school of like, you have the opportunity to stop being insane and you don't. You make it 100% as much worse as you could. 33 Sharpies in his ass. He's a psycho, Patito.
Yeah, he's Psycho Patito, dude. We did give him the name Patito, Jose Patito.
Yeah.
And I think we need to give him a different name now.
Why?
Psycho Patito.
Psycho Patito.
Just because you said that. Oh, okay. I did not think about that beforehand.
Your response is pretty funny.
Damn, I'm sorry for your loss. I mean, here's the other thing: is like he's either trolling me still or he's dead. You know what I mean?
That's true. He could be dead.
And Anna's a big fan of the podcast.
Yeah, Anna's just like she's his wife, so she has the same sense of humor. It seems like him was also on top.
Yeah.
She's Baja mode. We thought Jose was a lot, but really it's Anna is even more.
Yeah. And you know, damn, I'm sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry for your small print.
Damn, there's no respite.
Just to really send it home, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is Gelato on Ozempic or not?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we were talking about Ozempic yesterday, that it's kind of a travesty because we love the cornflakes, you know?
Like the sandwich?
Yeah. And the women.
And then, well, why would it matter for the women?
Well,
because it would take them away.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be tortas.
Take the Ozempic out.
What do they become when they're not tortas? Is there another food?
They had a name for it yesterday.
Taquito?
Oh, disgusting. Or Ozempic torta. What would you call them?
I went from torta to taquito in 6 weeks.
With the GLP-1 pill. Yeah.
It's advertising directly to your folks.
I feel like any torta that gets fly, any torta that gets skinny off Ozempic turns into Amy Schumer.
Oh, fuck. That's fucked up.
Mini torta, okay. Or a sandwich, like a BLT.
I wonder if the people in the chat have had tortas. Like, I don't mean the women, I'm saying.
Right.
Because
chimichanga.
But chimichangas are fat. What kind of chimichangas are you having, Christian? These are big. Those are big. Pause.
I had a conversation this morning with the Torta Pounder. That's his nickname at the golf course. I said, yo, Doug, if you got a torta to spare, roll it my way. And he responded with a torta marina and his sunglasses. You know?
No. Arlington, Virginia. Ever heard of it? Not Texas.
I'm not going to read what I said, but it's very funny. It's too real, though.
What's facts?
Arlington, Texas. Oh, shit. Beans and cheese. Motherfucking homie bone. Cooney, you're married now, so you're going to have a child next. Please name your son Tiger. Arlington, Virginia. More than that.
That's not true. Unless things have drastically changed. We got El Salvadorian food. You know all that.
Would you guys be down to shoot a movie? I like this line of questioning that these guys got. Oh, you want those epic? Arlington, Texas? You down to shoot a movie?
Yeah.
Of like an indie or short. I'm actually down, but just don't kill me, please.
Yeah. You know, we're open to the idea, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cooney would be down. Like, when I say that, I mean, like, there's been times where I'm like, you down to do this thing? And you're like, yeah, sure. And then I tell you what the thing is, and you're like, why would I do this? Racist, dude. That's like the worst thing I've ever heard. And, you know, and you're right for doing that. I'm not blaming you or, you know, saying anything.
Yeah.
But I'm more open to do things. I'm like, I'll make it worse, you know?
Yeah, I'll say this. I'm open to it. Is Shaq jacking off in it? What's up?
That's the question.
Because if Shaq's jacking off in it, I'm all ears.
Does it taste what it seems? I'm actually like, I think I need to be nude. According to some paperwork I signed recently. So, I'd be down to try it out. 2 sandbaggers, 1 Diet Coke.
Down for whatever is one of my favorite jokes I heard. Well, like that guy Rory Scovel, when he did Quincy Jones, like a show to raise money for Quincy Jones's cancer, and Rory Scovel did a joke about Josh Duggar. He was like, you remember that guy, Josh Duggar from the Duggar family? He got in trouble for like messing with kids. And he goes, Josh Duggar had a profile on Ashley Madison, which is the site that you can cheat on your wife with. And he had all these like crazy things that he was into on the site. And he's supposed to be super Christian.
Yes.
But Rory Scovel was like, he was like, you know, people are giving him shit for like being into whatever, poly and all this stuff, but he had one thing written there which just said down for whatever. And then he probably was like, I think that's worse. That made me laugh so hard. I still remember the ways that that's actually worse. Down for whatever?
Bonnie is going to start time by me.
I mean, they're both really good.
Yeah. I think Rory Scovel is funny. He had that one special where he kept saying anal. That's very funny to me.
I want to see it. I haven't seen it. I like his grocery store jokes from back in the day. That's a good dude.
That's what the fucking church turned into, is we talking about the grocery store.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's on hiatus right now. Best intro, burnt intro to the baseball game today on Netflix.
Oh, wow.
I wanted to watch that, but I was watching a movie. I watched this movie called Ready or Not. Have you seen this thing?
Sounds familiar. That's not the Usher movie, is it?
No.
What's Ready or Not? Oh, the horror movie. I haven't seen it.
It looks good. It's like a white family that if you join the family, if you marry the family, they have to chase you around and kill you. And then I'm feeling sexual tension in this episode. Something is off. Okay, Moses is pretty
Moses Bahamoni.
Moses, he never came back. It's just like, all you do is, you don't sit and watch this, you know what I mean? What you're supposed to do is like, clean your restroom, you know, organize your fridge, have this on in the background, and then every now and again you go, they're doing the Shaq thing, you know?
They're making fun of me now because I said Usher movie. What movie was I thinking of? I was thinking of the one where he's like in a school, like it's an old movie. I don't know why I thought that was what it's called.
Junk You?
Nah. What's the school movie where they like take over the school or something?
Project X?
Nah, it's before that. This is when I was a kid. What's going to be funny about this is when we find it, it will have nothing to do with Ready or Not. Light It Up. There we go. Thank you, Cornelius. That's what it was called. Yes.
Okay.
He's got it. He has my back.
Yeah, you thought this
The
was
Faculty was like the best movie of all time. I love that movie, but that is not what I was thinking of.
In fact, I remember liking Light It Up. The Faculty Sister Act.
You haven't seen The Faculty?
Also, I didn't like the movie.
The Faculty?
No, they have seen it.
Ready or Not? Oh, yeah.
You gotta let me finish, dude. You can't just let me act like I love Ready or Not, dude.
You got good dick. I didn't even like you say you didn't like it. I'm gonna wait till you say shitty things and be like, hey, moving on. Sorry, so go ahead. Is that so?
No, it's alright. I'm just kidding. No, but it was. It's, dude. What I was gonna say is that white people love fucking some like suspenseful things, you know. I don't get off to this stuff, dude.
You like horror movies?
I think horror is alright, but the suspense part of it, I don't like that part. Where it's like, of course they're in a kitchen. They're always in a kitchen in these white horror movies. Like the kitchen is a terrifying place for a white person, you know.
Alright, we get it. You guys have a kitchen. Oh, big deal.
I've seen the fridge. The fridge is fucking huge. Alright, we get it. Where's the chili on?
Yeah, I mean, there's something to that, I guess. Too much in the kitchen.
It doesn't make sense to me, for real. Because then they always have this thing where they're like about to kill the guy, and they have to give a speech, and then they end up not killing the guy because they gave the speech. If they would have just focused on Baja mode, they would not exist.
That's a classic James Bond criticism, you know? We got James Bond, he's strapped to the thing, and the villain is like, and this is the way the machine works. It turns on, and then Bond's like doing this stuff, like trying to get his thing, and then he stabs a guy in the neck or some shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we said, oh yeah. Okay, so you don't like horror movies.
I do. You're making it a general thing now.
Just
like
suspense.
I was talking about my experience with Ready or Not that I just had.
That you love.
You know what, dude? I don't mind. I love the horror movies, dude. I love Ready or Not. And there's a Ready or Not 2 that's out now. You know what I mean? So I was looking for tickets for tomorrow to go see the theaters because I just need more Ready or Not if I may.
Okay, so here's what you need. I know you're not being serious, but otherwise I'd be worried. You gotta see The Faculty. You gotta see the have you seen The Thing with what's his name, Russell something? We just talked about it last night.
Oh no, I never saw The Thing.
You gotta see The Faculty and The Thing immediately.
Okay.
And the prequel to the Thing. It's great. Those 3 films.
Mm-hmm.
Watch those immediately.
The Faculty, the prequel to The Thing, and The Thing.
Yeah, Kurt Russell. Those movies they're awesome. All 3 of those films are great. Great films.
Kurt Russell, holy shit. I think my drunk was like, that's it, dude. You don't know Kurt Russell?
Bro, I don't know anything. I have grapes.
I don't like white horror movies. See how I was getting into it and I was really starting to make sense, and then Cooney was like, oh shit, we gotta stop this. It's always happening in the kitchen. There's always somebody making tea. They're singing like a symphony of some sorts from the fucking 1800s. Mm-hmm. You know? This is what white people do when they're fucking by themselves, in my opinion. When they're fucking writing out the invoice for my rent check, they're like,
Their worst fear is that you don't have the money. That's the monster. The monster is that they can't exploit you further.
Graves is such a cover all base day.
Thank you for recognizing that, and it's true.
Oh, fuck that way out of it. Wiley is definitely white, dude. Because you can't be racist towards white people. That's the only thing I agree with on that political spectrum. Can you get a handicap parking pass with Graves? Can you?
No, you should be able to, though.
So light it up. So is this a horror movie?
No, for you, maybe racist. But no, it's I think they take over the school because the school is fucked up or something. The school treats them bad. I don't know.
The school's fucking up or something, and they take over or something.
I remember liking it when I was a kid.
That's so funny. Born iconic. We're trying to give you a script to write, dude. 2 dudes make a podcast where they watch 10 minutes of another character in the movie. You know what I mean? But secretly one guy hates the other guy, and then he starts making a 10 minutes of community thing. And then Cooney's like, oh, I can't let him get away with this. And then you try to do it, but you can't produce it. And that's your horror movie. You're in the kitchen, and you have like
That's facts. Right? My horror movie would be me like being expected to film something or put something together of any kind. But Formula One said, and he got me. He said, "I bet Cooney definitely called teacher mom." That's what I'm doing. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
I might have done that.
That seems more like, I'm not even Gadushing, but it definitely seems more like a Gerardo movie. Not because of any kind of like you would think that, but you are definitely the kind of guy that says something randomly embarrassing in school, I bet.
Yeah.
Like, you like, mom, and then you would, fuck.
I did one on purpose, though, once. In the sex class, sex ed.
Oh, what did you do?
In the first class, they showed this wild video of like two people on a date, and they narrate the whole thing. It looks like they like each other. You know, Jonathan picked a good place to eat, and now Cynthia is rather horny. They call this, right? Good. And then they're walking in the park. Mark is so fast in the blood early.
He's gonna be a monster.
And so they're walking in the park, and it's like, uh-oh, John's doing something. Oh, they're kissing now. I swear to God, I am kind of making it up as I go, but this is exactly what I saw.
Yeah.
And Cynthia's blocking. And now it's a video of them, but then it turns into a black and white video of like what's happening. So like like the science videos will show you like anatomically what's happening.
Yeah.
So they're out there next to the tree. They're outside. They're on next to a tree, and they start fucking at the stump of the tree. Wow. And this is what they call fornication, whatever they said.
Yeah.
White English, British. It was a British narrative.
What did you do?
Okay, so my bad. I was getting lost in the story there. I might have sex with myself later. But jack off. But and then I was like, so to answer a question, they were looking for the answer like, what is a woman's penis called? Whatever that question is, or what are the genitals of a woman called? And I said Virginia, but I knew what I was doing.
Oh yeah.
Like I was just like, this is getting kind of weird. We just watched porn in fucking my first period class. And
yeah.
Virginia, and then everyone was like, oh my God, Virginia.
Oh, they thought you were fucking.
They laughed at me, but at the end of the day, I could tell them all I knew what I was doing. You know?
I actually know a lot about Virginia. I know it's called pussy.
I was exposed to Virginia at a very young age.
Dude, I just took like a sex class. I mean, the one thing I remember that I am embarrassed about that I did was like, we had this teacher, she was a bitch. Our PE teacher was mom. Yeah, mom. Mom was a real lady. And so I still feel bad about doing this though, even though she was mean. Because she was mean, not because I'm a sex stuff. That's kind of like when she would talk about women's health, it's like pretend like I was me. And then, right, it would be like, the test where you gotta like write the parts of like these are the parts of a woman's reproductive thing. I would write some like, why do I care?
This is gay.
Yeah, like looking back on it, it's like you should care a lot about the straight. But I thought it was hilarious at the time to pretend like I didn't care about women's health. And I regret that. Now I don't know a lot of things that mom never taught me.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. I forgot what I was gonna say
about sex ed.
Yeah, or something about
the British.
That's something you remind me of something right now. I completely forgot.
Called her a bitch.
Did I ever tell you that one time? I think I said this before, but I accidentally punched Tim and Arrow in the chin because he was running around with the ball. This guy was like 7'3" in fucking 5th grade.
Yeah.
Like super tall. And he took the ball from me. And I was running around the classroom and, we were both laughing. And then I was just like, Duh! You know how like when your kid thinks of cartoons?
Yeah.
And I was just I did the whole thing with both my arms. God. And I hit the ball. I thought Tim Bernard had this thing down because he was, playing that role. But my foot went through the ball went flying, and I just punched him in the chin. Whoa. And he was like, oh. I'm pretty sure I hit his tongue or something. Oh, fuck. And then Mr. Bosch was like, that's it. Go outside. Because, I've done this before. And then I go outside, And I just snitch immediately. I tell Mr. Bosch, I was like, dude, if you tell my parents they're gonna beat the shit, do not do this. Please don't. And I'm going on this long tirade about this, and I'm like giving him figured up like Robert Frost in 5th grade, just like telling him directly or indirectly what my parents will do. And then he's listening and he goes, alright, well, your parents are gonna be notified. Like, oh, gee. Like, there's no like it was very strange.
That's fucked up. That's the worst.
Yeah.
A kid is begging you not to do it, and then you're like, and he's like, all right, enough of that bullshit. I'm just gonna do what I have to do.
Get ready for another black spot in your memory as far as being a 5th grader goes. You're not gonna remember a lot of this time of your life.
It's like you're not gonna remember the lesson because it's gonna be beaten out of you. So, oh, thanks, I have a hole in my brain.
I have CT.
I can't remember your fucking last name. Like, fucking dad punched me in the face.
That's not how you spell it, Born Iconic. It was VASS. Bosch.
What? Which one?
Oh, Mr. Bosch.
Mr. Bosch.
It's VASS. You're a bully, man. I thought you were cool.
It's impossible to know which person he's talking to. Are you a bully because you punched a guy by accident, or am I a bully because I bully people?
I definitely did that a couple times, though. Like, that was my go-to move.
After you got the first taste, you're like,
no, I did it earlier in life. Remember when I told you about the manchas? When Mr. Garibaldi was like, can't wear fucking pants on that. I was like, but I have manchas. And like, he saw my face. There were like bugs crawling around my face. He's like, oh, put the hat back on. But that time in my life, it was just before 5th grade. It happened to me. I did the same thing because we were playing dodgeball or something.
Yeah.
And somebody took the ball from me again, and I just punched it out of there, and I hit them in the chin.
I just a punch guy.
Yeah, it was just that instinct was like, oh, I want the ball, and then I'm hitting somebody in the face, and I get in trouble.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Get the ball. Ball is life.
Yeah. Mr. Bosch was my first man teacher, though. He's a man teacher. Hopefully he don't touch the
nice. In many ways, the ball is the first bag. You hear about that? The ball as a kid is basically you're chasing the ball all the time, right?
Chasing the bag.
Then you get into a man chasing the bag.
Yeah.
You go from bag to ball. Ball bag. What's my name?
Ball baggers. I'm making a new podcast. Cooney would look great shirtless.
Thank you. I'm not sure I agree with that, but
I'm sure he's never left a comment. He's been watching for 4 years, and he's like, gotta say something. Cooney would look great shirtless.
First comment, best comment ever said.
First best comment ever. Life up.
Probably wind down.
Yeah, we had into senior, dude. I keep to myself. P33 Eric 9. Well, I will say, 2 comments in, you're pretty close to mine.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, you're closer than Formula 1 for sure.
You're mine now. What's it called? I like how Mark Ramirez hit the motor alert and he disappears. He started jacking off. He was almost at mod. That might make him more of a mod if he started jacking off during our stream.
Facts.
Cooney shirtless would blind us all. This food definitely has a letterbox. I do. I only reviewed 1 movie there.
I don't actually have a letterbox. Maybe I should. Maybe it's your family.
I reviewed, what's funny is I was reviewing movies on IMDb, and then I heard about Letterboxd, because I talk about movies all the time.
Yeah.
This one chick is like, I bet you have a fucking Letterboxd. Fucking red flag, red flag, Letterboxd. And I was like, what's the Letterboxd? She goes, oh, very funny. The thing that you have on your phone, that's what the Letterboxd is. And she wouldn't tell me.
Yeah.
Like, I was literally asking. And then I downloaded Letterboxd the next day. And then I reviewed 1 movie because you showed me one.
You told me already, but I forgot.
What Battle Royale you better?
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, this is way better than IMDb.
I gotta check it out. I don't really use IMDb anymore. But when I look at stuff, it's Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very funny. I keep myself together. What's it called? But Letterboxd, apparently chicks are super into Letterboxd. Have you heard about this?
Another fucking thing I missed. She got on the Letterboxd.
Apparently chicks are like, let me see your Letterboxd. And then so they can see like how you review movies. You can like friend each other on Letterboxd.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm about to write my Ready or Not review after we finish recording here.
Oh, is that going to be your second one?
Yeah, second one. Because, I only review good movies that I love. Hot chicks at Letterboxd. Not my daughters. My Letterboxd has a fee device. Can we get ever heard of it?
Sure. Ever heard of it?
Damn, nobody does it like you do.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Speaking of never heard of it, I'm going to go to the fucking Comedy Store.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was going to go to Pasadena. Hopefully none of you are heading to Pasadena tonight. But I'm going to go to the Comedy Store. They got an open mic on a Wednesday. But yeah, thank you guys for coming.
Great place, never been.
Yeah, he has to go to the Comedy Store.
Never once.
Not walk into his truck. I'm in Pasadena right now. Fuck yeah, he said that. See, Queenie, I started to act like Alex.
Yeah, it's getting that time.
Yeah. Well, we love you guys regardless. You know what I mean? You guys are the bestesses. And great stream, gotta say. I've already reviewed the stream on my Letterboxd.
5 stars.
5 stars. You guys make it all happen.
17 letters.
Yeah. Much love. Shout out to you guys. Have a good rest of your evenings. Bye. Oh, fuck.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. On the Patreon, you get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. Never heard of it? But, Gerardo, I wanted to ask you something. How you doing?
Oh, dude, I'm doing great.
Oh, yeah?
I'm glad you plugged the Patreon. I'm going to try to start another podcast on the Patreon.
Okay, sick.
Yeah.
Please. We need content.
Yeah, that's the main reason. But I also want to start a podcast. Like, you can tell if I'm going through some mental breakdown, if I'm streaming more and starting more podcasts.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So we want you to be doing badly, but keep going.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the take, but yeah.
It's my take.
It's an indication that I'm not doing well mentally, and I just try to shove whatever I can inside of that God-shaped hole, you know what I mean? And it's typically in the form of more podcasting and stuff like that.
Then maybe I'm not doing well either, because I always have ideas. I just don't follow through on them. I'm like, why don't I just record myself doing one of those here's the downfall of somebody, and then put it on the Patreon, and then I don't do it.
What do you think of the name of my podcast?
You want me to say what I think it should be, or guess what it is?
Oh no, I'm going to tell you what it is if you haven't heard. I thought you had already knew what it was.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sandbaggers.
Oh, that's what that was?
Yeah.
Oh, sandbaggers. Well, I mean, it doesn't sound bad off the top of just hearing. It's fine. What's the motivation for it?
Oh, so the real story is that I was looking for an aesthetic for podcasting. I was crying a lot in my bed, and I was like, dude, stop crying. Don't be a bitch. Well, you're crying, good. Start a podcast. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I was thinking, what should it look like? And I was like, beanbags. But here's the thing. I said, instead of saying beanbags, in my head, I said sandbags. You know? But I meant beanbag. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's funny, because beanbags are associated with, podcast.
Chilling.
Guys chilling out,
yeah.
Soda on the beanbag, shooting the shit.
Yeah, relapsing on the beanbags today.
The beanbag's a big bong. Welcome back to the Beanbag Show. My life is fucked up. Gonna go back to Gerardo and some guy I met outside at the motel. I gotta go. There's a break in the podcast because you walk over to the motel and get more drugs. Alright, I'm back. You don't have a shirt on like Mark. There's a girl here. Fuck you! It's just like Toxic.
Yeah.
Stole his idea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But it's more super sandbagger. That's what it's. Yeah.
Sandbag.
Instead of super toxic, or what is it? Hella toxic.
Hella toxic. Super sandbag. I mean, that is very funny that you thought sandbag was beanbag.
So to finish the story, you kind of went off into your own little universe there, but yes, in my head I was like, oh, I should get sandbags. How much do sandbags cost? The whole time I'm eating beanbags, right? So I go on Amazon and I look up sandbags, and then I'm like, what the hell? Why is there a bunch of sandbags? Whenever I searched it was just a bunch of construction type sandbags, and then I kept scrolling. I'm like, dude, where can you go to get a? I thought it was like a conspiracy. I'm like, they're not selling what's up with sandbags? Yeah. Why aren't they selling them on fucking Amazon?
Yeah.
I thought they would be like some sort of Chinese company, or do I have to go to Temu to get a fucking cheap sandbag?
Yeah.
And then I realized, I'm like, is this a sandbag? And I'm like, beanbag. Then I searched beanbag, and a bunch of sandbags popped up.
When you searched beanbag, still sandbags popped up?
No, that was the joke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought
you realized you had gone insane, and you just like, you're right. You keep typing in sandbag.
And then the reason why it's called sandbaggers is because it is close to like a hardcore slur.
Oh,
right. Like what Marines would call people they were shooting over there in the Middle East.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Right. And I think that's funny, but it's not the slur. But it's pretty close.
That's another reason why you want it to be named that?
No, it is another reason. I'm attached to that reason, but I'm like, that's also there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So you're trying to get the former Marine slur audience?
Yeah, like I think a lot of good people were saying that back then. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I think, well, it's the downside of living alone, first of all, because no one was there to tell you, hey, dumbass. He like got shot, dumbass. You need a goddamn rattlesnake here to tell you, hey, dumbass, it's actually beanbag.
Yeah.
But that's hilarious that it took you that long. What are you, me? That's not something I would do.
I know, it was an embarrassing moment. And I do think all my thoughts out loud, so if somebody was here, they would have caught me earlier before the embarrassment.
Yeah.
But beanbagger, that sounds kind of racist too, though, you know what I mean?
I guess so, yeah, they both sound... Actually, beanbagger sounds worse in a way.
You're the only person that agrees with me on that. Everyone's saying that sandbagger sounds worse.
I think that sandbaggers sounds worse than sandbagger.
Well, you want it to be a solo pod. Just, welcome to Sandbagger, and I'm the Sandbagger. It sounds bad when I say it fast like that. It really does sound
bad. I'm the Sandbagger. Welcome to the Sandbagger. Can I take your sandbag? It sounds like Keenan and Kel. I mean, I don't honestly have... If someone said sandbaggers, I wouldn't think anything racial about it at all.
It's also a term in competitive play. I knew this when I was thinking of the name. Where, honestly, at the end of the day, I believe in, don't kill me. This is just my take on things. I feel like comedians, when they get on stage, aren't as funny as they are on podcasts. So, they kind of sandbag their performance on stage, if you ask me. And so I'm going to open them up and be like, for real with them, and they're going to be funny.
So sandbagging something makes it worse?
Yeah,
or hampers it?
Like when we were playing basketball, I really sandbagged, so you won. Like I didn't play to my fullest potential.
You sandbag yourself. Mm-hmm. And that's because sandbags, correct me if I'm wrong, are used to hold things down.
Yeah, so you're like in a construction setting.
Yeah, or film, right?
Film also, yes.
Yeah, so you've used sandbags before. I mean, sandbaggers could be a film podcast.
Yeah, we could talk about film.
Rips.
Honestly, it's probably going to be terrible. I don't know what I'm going to, but I'm going to probably soft launch it on the Patreon, though. So check out the Patreon. That's the whole Patreon program.
Were you going to buy bean bags? Was that your idea?
That was my idea.
Somewhere?
Yeah. And then I thought, this is just between me. I'll cut this out later, but I can just make it audio only and say that we're in bean bags. I don't have to buy bean bags.
That's true. Also, you have a green screen, so you could literally just put yourself, pretend like you're in a bean bag.
Yeah. Oh, so I can send you the footage and then you can do that.
What do you mean?
You don't know what you mean. But I think it'd be very hard to put myself in sandbag or in beanbags.
In a beanbag
from the green screen.
You should just start dressing like a sandbag. Why not?
Yeah.
Fit in over there at the apartment or a beanbag.
Yeah.
On the bean. Hey, welcome back to the Sandbags. It's you here with your host Sandbag and Beanbag. I'm Beanbag and you're Sandbag. I'm on Jelly Roll. I like nicknames. Honestly, it's the best nickname you ever came up with. Sandbag?
Yeah.
Beanbag.
You're Beanbag.
I don't know where you are.
I'll be Sandbag. I like that.
Whichever one you want. I don't. It's your show.
You are more Beanbag because you're bald. So you look like a bean. Yeah. And then I'm Sandbag because I'm round.
I think Beanbag works for me. Welcome back. It's Beanbag. Beanbag.
Yeah.
Speaking of beanbag, I was walking down the street and I posted about this on the Reddit, but did you see that a bird shit directly on my head?
That's true. I saw that.
Yeah. So I was walking my dog, taking my son to baseball practice, and I felt like this weird thing. It went and then down here, and I was like, if I thought just an acorn had fallen from a tree, but then I looked up, and it was this crow. The crow shat on my Timo's hat and my shirt. Has that ever happened to you? Have a bird just shit directly on your head?
Yeah, I don't think it was directly. I think it was indirectly shat on by a homeless man. Just kidding, not by a bird. I just try to make fun.
Flying in the sky? Mm-hmm. Mine was just in a tree.
See, that's direct. That's like,
it was a direct hit. I was very unlucky.
Yeah.
And it was like, the shit was all over me, and I just stood there and I was shocked because it's never happened to me before. I really didn't know what to do, but I was right outside my house, so I could just go back in. But I was looking at it, and I told my wife about it, and she's like talking about, oh yeah, you should clean it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna spray. Actually, she just laughed at me first. She wrote, ha ha ha. I texted her that I got shit on. But I went and she's like, yeah, clean it. She's like, it's probably like oily. I was like, ew. How would you say? Why would you describe the bird poop?
And she hasn't even seen it.
No.
She's like using figurative language over something she doesn't even know.
How do you know so much about bird poop? It was weird. I put it through the wash and didn't get clean on the first go. So I put it through again, but it just was like, man, that's crazy. And then I've heard it's good luck to get shit on.
I think that's a cope.
You don't agree?
No, yeah. Somebody probably was like really unlucky, and they got shit on. Like, think of the first person that got shit on by a bird. Unlucky guy. And then everyone's like, holy shit, things started turning around for him after he got shit on.
It's tough for old beanbag and getting shit on by birds. No luck for him. I don't know. I mean, I haven't had necessarily particularly bad luck, but nothing like great has happened to me other than, nothing bad, which is great. So in a way, that's great.
Yeah.
Glass half full.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I think I got shit on when I was outside of a gentrified restaurant.
Okay.
Those are just two facts. I don't know if there's correlation there at all. I am a Mexican man that was shopping inside of a white-owned business that used to be Mexican-owned. Why do I know that? Because I was eating with somebody telling me why I picked a terrible spot to eat at.
Sure.
Did I talk to them again? Allegedly not, right?
Cut them out.
Just cut them out. I said, this sandbag needs to grow on,
That's a good point, sandbag. Another beanbag got pretty angry that I took third person, but all I know was beanbag. Beanbag got pretty angry this week at Kaiser Permanente. I made another Kaiser stop. Did that surprise you?
No, dude.
I went to Kaiser. This time it was just to pick up my Band-Aids. I went to pick up my drugs, so I can be awake during the day. Because otherwise, here's another thing I found out about Band-Aids. When I don't take it on the weekends, because you're supposed to take a break, I have dead eyes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my eyes look like tired. So, like, in the weekend, my wife was like, your eyes are just like exhausted right now. Like, I didn't take the pill. So I had dead eyes. I walked into Kaiser, dead eyes. Actually, no, this was on work. So I was high on Band-Aids when I was in Kaiser. And I walked in, and Kaiser does this wacky bit where you can't call anymore. Because they're on perpetual strike. So you show up and hope for the best.
Yeah.
So I showed up, went to check in. I checked in with the woman behind the counter. I said, I'm here.
Beanbag's here.
I said, yeah. I said, I have a prescription for beanbag. And they looked me up in the system like, what happened? Like, oh, I'm sorry. It's probably under my real name. Cooney. So she looks at me and she's like, okay, well, do you want a generic or a label? And I go, surprise me. And I said, whatever, I don't care. And she's like, all right. And
The
usual, please. And also, can I get any more vaccines? I'm on my 25th booster.
Yeah.
And so she says, yeah, just wait 15 minutes. So, put your name on the board. They have a board where your name pops up and you get the pickup line.
Yeah.
So I am a real, friendly rule follower. I don't make a noise, right? When it comes to things like this, I just sit there, wait for them to, and my name doesn't go on the board. It's 30 minutes, name not on the board. 45 minutes, name not on the board. The woman, right before it gets to about 45 minutes, closes the lane. I checked in with her. She's like, I'm heading out. There's no more this lane. Just go in the line. So I'm like, well, there must be some kind of mistake. I'll just go in the pickup line. I'm probably going to get, pills when I get there. I wait in this pickup line. I go all the way to the front. I get to the guy, finally. And the guy goes, you're supposed to check in. And I go, I did check in. He's like, no, you didn't. And I go, yes, I did. He's like, oh, with the woman over there. I'm like, yeah, there was a woman over there at some point. I checked in with her. What do you mean I didn't check in? She asked me about generic. I told her beanbag was here. And fucking. So I'm getting mad, right? I'm furious with this guy. And he's like, all right, okay, well, look, we'll speed thing. We'll get your thing fixed soon, right? And I go, okay. And so I sit down. And he says 10 to 15 minutes, right? This is what they told me before. So I'm sitting there, and about at 15 minutes, I hear, bye, Vance. Somebody just yells that from somewhere, so I go, I stand up.
You perk up.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a drug I'm addicted to now.
Yeah.
And so I go up, and I go, I heard the name of my drug, and this, like, fat, disgusting, like, pharmacy tech woman is standing there, and she's like, you know, like, she looks literally like Jelly Roll. And I go, I heard the name of my drug called, and she's like, no, you didn't. I was talking to my staff or whatever, giving me attitude. And I go, yes, I did hear. What do you mean I didn't? I didn't hear the word what? 5 ants, you want to bet? I didn't hear that shit. I heard it. And so, and the other guy's noticing I'm about to just start yelling at this woman. And he's like, no, it's okay. I got it. He's like trying to be like friendly or whatever. And then I hear the Vyvanse again from where it came from, was this other pharmacy tech. And she's like, Vyvanse, too early to pick up, or whatever. And I go, what? Huh? And the guy's like, oh, yeah, you're here too early. Like, you have to wait a certain amount of days to refill it. I'm like, what day? It's like 2 days from now. So I'm like, well, why did my doctor tell me that? Just to give me some bullshit excuse. And I go, all right. And then I go, I'm not paying for that. I had Tylenol with me that I picked up from their thing. I go, you put it away. And I walked out, and I had to pay fucking $10.50 in parking. Whoa. Can you believe that?
That's wild.
So I went there. They fucked me by not checking me in, and I had to pay parking, and I didn't even get the drugs that I came in for.
I can't believe that. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
When did you get shit on?
I guess that day, too.
Okay, so in that morning?
I consider the way I've treated at Kaiser getting shit on. But no, Kaiser's actually before. The Berg thing, I think, was like Saturday, maybe.
Okay, so you went to Kaiser the day before. Okay, so now when you go back to Kaiser, good things are gonna happen. That's good luck.
Well, I already did. Shocker, I went back the next day. But 2 days. I went back on Sunday, and I got the pills. And it was pretty easy to get them pills. I did give them shit, though. I went up to the checkup line, and I was like, I'm here to pick up Vyvanse. I think there might be a note in my file at this point, because I complained. I filed a complaint on the phone.
Yeah.
He's like, Vyvanse? I was like, yeah. And I go, how do I know I'm checked in? He's like, well, I can show you on the computer. I go, well, yeah, show me on the computer. And he's like, all right. And I go, and he says, wait for 15 minutes. I said, I'm going to come back in 15 minutes. He's like, no, your name will be in the thing. I said, I'm coming back. Beanbag. Well, if Beanbag's not up on the screen, I'll be right back up here with you, motherfucker. I'm not waiting an hour again. You fuck me once, that's fine. But you fuck me twice, no thanks.
Stop fucking the beanbag.
You can't fuck me twice.
Yeah.
So I was a real dick to that guy. And I will continue to be a dick now that I know I have to get service at this motherfucking place.
Yeah.
That was funny. I got so mad at him, I sat down. And this old ass lady was walking towards the door to get out. She was like trying to back out through the door, like old style. And I go, I ran and I opened the door for her, and I go, oh, do you need help? And I, opening the door, but it's 2 doors, so I'm like doing this. So really, I'm just blocking her from getting out at this point.
Yeah.
But she's so nice. She's like, oh, thank you so much. I'm like ruining her ability to get out. So I grab the other door so it doesn't hit her, and she gets out. She's like, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
But and then I hope that made the Kaiser people feel bad.
I went to a sushi place to pick up a DoorDash order. I DoorDash. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, that's facts.
That's facts. Sandbag was out on the DoorDash order at a sushi joint, right? And they were like, order for who? I said, Sandbag. Me. Order John. Yeah? Like
right.
And then there was, this just reminded me because there was a family of 3. One of them was in a stroller. The other 2 were parents. So mother and father in a stroller. I think the kid's name was Stroller. And I saw them struggling to get into the sushi restaurant. Exactly what you just said right now.
Yeah.
If I was to help in any way,
I
would have fucked up their entrance, right? However, there was 3 parties waiting to be seated. None of them were going to help, but I was the closest one.
Okay.
So everyone naturally, instead of looking at the door and like a movement they can make to help with the door, they looked directly at me.
Wow.
But I did this deduction already. They caught me like in the second act of what I'm doing in my head, and I said, "I'm not gonna help."
You said it out loud.
I didn't say that.
You yelled it. I'm not gonna help.
Sandbag ain't gonna hold the door, dude.
I like the idea of that. Like when you're just yelling, you see someone that needs help, you go, "I'm not gonna help," and then you walk away.
and so I didn't help because I'm able to map things out of my mind, dude. I play a lot of Civilization 7, just bought that game. It's pretty sick, you know. And so I'm mapping things out like strategy wise. Like if I use my turn on this, you know, everyone else is going to use their turn. It's going to come back to me. What do I do then? You know, can't fuck myself into a corner. You know. Yeah. And so the guy walks in and he struggled. It was a hardcore struggle with the door. Like the door was fighting back. I don't know what kind of hydraulic system they have on these doors at these sushi places, but this one was a different story, Daddy. Sorry for saying that, Daddy. I said Daddy again. So, and then so I'm inside. I'm so close to the door. You know, honestly, an arm could have helped a little bit, but I was just like, no, I'm just gonna keep watching this fucking hentai on my phone or whatever I was doing, right? Yeah. And then he fixes his old positioning. He has the stroller in. And then while he's holding the door closed, he stares right at me. And he just holds the door closed. And then I looked at him and I just kind of did one of those puppy dog looks where I was like, I'm not going to help you.
It's fucked up. Why do you have to do it?
Right.
And like, what?
Why did you fuck your wife? You're the one that had the kid.
Yeah, you're the one. It's your job, dude.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, it sounds like it was too difficult to help. You would have hurt more than you helped.
Also, we're talking about a different fucking class of people that are eating at a sushi joint. I'm eating at fucking McDonald's, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where's your manservant?
And guess what? I gotta open the door every time for me and my little baby, dude. You know?
That's funny thing. Do you think he really was like, fuck me?
He was frustrated with something. Maybe the baby was crying a lot, and so they couldn't get sushi earlier. Yeah. And then finally the baby stopped crying and fell asleep, and he was like, all right, let's put it in this roller.
It's funny to take your baby to sushi, kind of. Yeah. It's like, I mean, you're definitely taking yourselves to sushi. The baby's not getting sushi. Right. And it's like a night out, but it's also probably a terrible night out because you got the baby with you. And you got to fucking use chopsticks and soy sauce and stuff, and the baby starts crying. Doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
They're kind of assholes.
Yeah.
I think fuck them both.
I wanted to talk about this. I thought this was hilarious. And, you know, we don't really read the comments all the time. But this one I sent to you. Man, I thought it was fucking hilarious, dude. Do you want to read the... Okay, so he recently left a comment, and this is why, right? I don't read all the comments, but he said Gerard is a fucking idiot or something like that.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh, let's look into this guy, right?
Yeah.
And then the top one, go ahead and read that one.
It's basically a Gerdo and Brendan dumb-off podcast now.
Talking about Tino's.
Yeah.
But a week before that, he said,
I also need a tater tot like once a week. Yeah, dude, it took a week. A week for him to get angry at us.
I thought it was so funny because he's like, he's doing the dumb things that we do. Yeah. And then I don't know what happened in between that, but he's like, this podcast is stupid now. As if it had some sort of class before, you know?
It never had any class. The episode he caught before last week was like amazing. He's like, wow, I need a tater tot once a week. I need to tell these guys that I need a tater tot too. But what I see is funny about this is there's not a progression, right? If it's like stairs, right? There's step 1 and step 2. He went from I love it to hate it. And then he's making it sound like there was a time period. Like, now it sucks. Now, it's been a week.
You just said I need a tater tot.
Yeah. It's been a week. You had the time to eat a tater tot.
And he caps off a week.
In the time it took for you to eat a tater tot, you've completely changed your opinion on the podcast. 1 week. That's a you problem, friend. And it's like, what could have possibly made you so mad in the 10 Minutes of Shav episode where you would think to say, in a show that is dumb, that me and Gerardo are having some kind of dumb off? Like, what's like that? It's gotten that much stupider. It's about Brennan Schaub. What do you expect? Rocket Science was Brennan Schaub Feels Nothing When a Rocket Science episode? I doubt it. Not from Beanbag and Sandbag.
Feels Nothing When He Kills Animals. I think it was the name.
It's a great title. Yeah. So maybe you got him with the title. Brennan is balls deep.
He's balls deep in Pizzagate.
That does sound like a dumb off.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's still a great title. Balls deep in Pizzagate. I'm sure you can come up with that. You can come up with that.
Oh my god, that made me so happy. There's been a couple things that I was sent to you. That's why I think put redacted comments, plural.
It's the thing that happens a lot.
Yeah.
People like the show for a bit, and then something happens and they don't like it. But I would debate them. I'd love to do a Jubilee where it's like 25 people versus me debating whether there's been major changes in the podcast or not. I'd be like, actually, you're wrong. There hasn't been a major change, really. It's the same format.
So this one, I feel bad including the username, but fuck this guy, dude. This guy is dedicated to the game of hate, dude, which is awesome. I really got happy when I saw this.
Yeah.
This guy has left a message on all our episodes.
Really?
Hating on us. Wow. And it's like awesome. It's like 50 comments about it. And this one says, Shab would make you look stupid if you met him in person. You're not that funny, dummy. And what gets me is he's reacting to his own comment.
What's up, Seth? But we really let that one get away from us. What is it? It's deep. It's like 5 people. Really, who knows? It could even be later. Anyway, Abby Pesach. Really, yeah. What's that fucking saying? Chag Kasha V'Sameach. Okay, that's cool. On the count. These 2 days. Rikata Danai and Makal Meshach Shana Bamitzvah Tivani. Al Seferat HaOmer, blessed be Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of Omer. Today is 2 days of the Omer. No one knows for sure Eludei Eludivrei Elokim Chaim, but this is the Missouri live by.
2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a God.
Hold on. How many days is this bitch? I don't know. I'm starting to call up. 98 days, 17 hours, 55 minutes, 54 seconds, and what else? 22 days and those days running. And what else? $37.61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. $36.31 when 37th son of Adam was born. There you go, son.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable.
I need my coffee and cigarette. Really? No, no cigarette. Why? Not that cool. Psych.
Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad, and she didn't take me out of it. And I'm like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it, and God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan. That everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes in a special garden. And some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. So there are several competing theories about the origin of evil. And of course, also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So those are slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, you can run over here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Not much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive, massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course, 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent or being a kind of critical literature in a sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening at a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off of Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, though they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with evil. They're really concerned with how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics. That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because that, again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might massacre. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right? After the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore. Right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed. Right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Omshringo, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There's been a lot of Messiahs who come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that Jesus did. So, the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the apocalyptic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions, make sure to put them over there in the chat, and I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkava mysticism, Merkava chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how, weird it is, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a kind of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God would even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right, you're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brit. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people, or peoples, in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God could show up to you, or show up to us, was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive recording it, rather than go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, and at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany and Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should also mention, by the way, is that the angels, or the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticist or the prophet, are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People do set things that this might be a UFO or something. There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged, that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They are very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the coyotes, right? The ones that are alive, or the cherubim, or the ophanim. That's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are two characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right, and that dome is full of water, right, and it rains down, or hails down, or rains down, right, and God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to some degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. Right? These are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world, and the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent to the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right, this is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkavah, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the charity. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it, You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journey. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkabah literature. The word Merkabah is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scoot back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wing, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? And so God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkabah mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot to keep it around. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechal literature. Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechal literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hechal literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that are that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer of the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings or sinful or whatever shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals are represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seals, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. Somewhat secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. In fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected because I went in there and I set that passcode and they almost, because of, there's a famous line in Hechel Rabbati where one of the rabbis says, that angel almost shoves me like a piece of wheat, right? So there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent, right, to the palace ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which is results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkabah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so, that's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kind of. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically, this form of the subform of Merkava literature is called Shibur, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you're allowed to measure the body of God and to meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkava mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkava. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight up till morning, right? That you should go up toward the divine. Well, the Merkava mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is to curse God and die. If you read it in translation, you can always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. That may be why that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. But we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascension. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hezbollah or Merkava literature, First Enoch is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkava literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkava literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hezbollah Tarti, and this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkava literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hezbollah Rabbati, which is the longest text of the Hezbollah literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkava, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkava poetry. We also have the Sefer Hezbollah, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron. That Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is the God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there could be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous heretical idea in Judaism. But this idea was in the air during the Merkabah mystics. And so even Merkabah mysticism at some level challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be sacrosanct in Judaism. But at least in their Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive, right? It's disruptive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged as some of may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shiur Koma, and Shiur Koma is a separate piece of literature in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasam. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Koma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why? We don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Ishmael was martyred during the Bar Rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have, people felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps us to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hekala texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to the Cairo of Giza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of it. Which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? Now, they're not all complete, they're all in great shape. But the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon, they were moved across North Africa, they were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired. But it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to survive this manuscript. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this isn't going theory right now, most literature, by the way, I should also mention, was in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experiences, right? These people are having experiences, they're recording those experiences. Those experiences are also called microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together in what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and really how many angels are there, and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot of debate about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky, or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to date this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during this period of time. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way. And the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hecalogyptarchy or the Hecalogrammaton. So we're fairly confident, the leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course perhaps of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm, and in these texts we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts mean, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace, there'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level. Right? And then you would encounter several other angels. And you had to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be able to know their name, you might have to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. And that's when we're getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this will almost always result in a mystical vision, and downstream of that mystical vision there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, etc. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkabah hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Let's think about what's happening with Yom Kippur, right? We're literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkabah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing what the Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of, being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. God's just figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkabah feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, that are one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkabah mystics, is the account of the ford near the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that so we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier in the Babylonian Talmud. And typically the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays of Chagim, and it's found in section 14b. What we have here is an account of 4 different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, like it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, who's the typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do do not say it's water because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into your house. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He has been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that four go into the Pardes, and only three of them, right, or only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually slips, says water, and dies. Drink is dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? He says, he's outside. Right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma and he never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic. He was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, there is no sitting in there for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis, the most catastrophic heresy that have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoes, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there's all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows it's condemned. He knows that he will never get the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. He was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually getting lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is Pulse de Dora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on. Later on, it's not really in the Middle Ages, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic. That there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins, and if there's a significant sin found, you can actually they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the Pulse de Dora, and the first one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Metatron Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman of this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way. Although his warnings, unfortunately, aren't heeded, people go crazy and die. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah liturgy, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right? But he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself have been a practitioner of this form of mysticism. And it perhaps, if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps what he was seeing, the resurrected Jesus, was also a kind of God too, right? You know, we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, and Christ, we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ could be God and the Father could be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis clearly have problems with that, but it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Komah literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn, a prayer, song, and that's how you get the MD text in. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne, and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a psyche somatic, right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body. That's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body. You're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasong. Now, they picked the parasong because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measure things in cubit. The typically was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? About 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Komah literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Komah, right? So we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now, you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, there'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words, they're not Aramaic words, they're some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sakramental, holy words, they're going to be said to have magical power. And already in the my literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. Sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks that issue from him, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, we have the name grid. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 10,002 parasons. That's a huge number. Right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is. But you're talking about tens of thousands of parasons long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000 to 10,000 parasons. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name. It also has another name, right? And you can see that they're alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think, is 10,000 or something parasons long, if you're curious. The distance between God's eyebrows is given. Right, the distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance between God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish mysticism class in art college once, which is great. Art students, they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's eye looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really weirdly long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I'll just dig up where the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, like, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien? Why would he not understand? Why not? There was some
So once again, so why should we have the chatos in this case? In other words, also, the metric for chatos is I bring up carbon chatos, and I bring up shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if wait, it's Caleb. Reuben said, so what? So what? Nathan said that it's mutter. So why should we have the chatos in this case? Remember, Remy, Salo, Shabbat, Yoso, and Papa, Kasor, Yochanan, even the king is Yaga, the baby, country. Because again, so really going to the difference. Since when things things find out that their sons and brothers are these things going back to others, not being other way. And then when they hears that makes them retracted their son, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore he goes as Shami and Yasser. So since the Gemara says like the two stone fall in this case, where they had the knowledge of the mistake, in this case it's just two steps from the had days and found out where their socks is, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then she then finds out that the socks is erroneous, he would abstain. Therefore, this is called the case where one had the knowledge of the mistake. That's why it's one of the says this height is not just in this case. I'm sorry. Rabba, both the Rab, she will mash the rope to see them. Okay, so what's that? See now, this is now another topic of the show. So let's say what we're going to get into. There's something. Is father's is going to be another chart. Father's son. That's a different situation. That is called hard held governance or special governance grants. Now, in order to bring that covenant in 51% of the cloud to go ahead and follow the succession. So let's say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the cloud. Scales. Okay, so okay, watch this. So basically, this 50% of the cloud is swell. Means the table is basically sound. These two guys are going to tip the scales. Ruben. What does Ruben do? All eyes on Ruben. Ruben's sitting at home. He's got two pieces in front of him. The table is showing. Right? The sugar. He's going to get it. Everyone agrees that Ruben does not count total. Right? Actually, Ruben does not count total. Why? And why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Ruben is not acting based on the side of the base. Ruben's just doing his own thing. So even if we can say that Ruben's personal liability against himself, personal liability costs the sacrifice, let's say we're calculating the 51% from our hand of living at CR, translating that Ruben is acting based on sacrifice. Okay. עוד רע שממש לא רוצים בבית, I want to listen בשגגה, עד שכולם בשגגה. Because from our hell of living at CR, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Ruben is acting in the shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted again, separate out of that. So what's this? Bottom line, when we had over here, is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? I want to myself if Ruben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of some things, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa is liable. On one hand, one means is liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the second. On the other hand, there is the belt, right? There is a psak, means necessity in this book. Does that psak himself or not? Next. Leisha asu v'asu. Probably the Mishnah comments. What's this saying? Again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation cases. Basin said, and then it said, whether he did it together with Basin, he did it, and Basin, he did it by himself. What do you all these cases for? So which the Rav is saying, Mishnah, so the answer is, what? Those who actually have one. Those who actually is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, and the Mishnah is not just a lot of information, although not really the same. Ella Sefer, the few way, which is going to have a liability, one of you nowadays, so forget the stylistic ideas and say this even like anything you say is something. Bottom line, there is issue which is just the style, just like reality.
Alien? Kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's Christopher in the middle of all the alien people, alien conspiracy people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on some pages and pages and pages of this stuff, right? With all kinds of mentions of God and body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it in the Middle Ages, one of probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guys that were cleansed, if you ever had the, what's the right word? The pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guides that reflects, right? Because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the guides that reflects is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body. God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes to every single time the Bible describes God as having a body, it shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely, Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy he ever written was written to combat Merkabah mysticism and Geochroma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism. And this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkabah mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkabah mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkabah text. So there'll be a Merkabah text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkabah text, and this literature which is referred to as the Sartora mysticism. Sartora mysticism is unlike the Merkabah mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartora mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sartora. Sartora means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing the being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sartora comes to you, and the Sartora rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So this mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel. But this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience. It looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning it. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something. Here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period. There's going to be an entire school of magic called the notary art school of magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkaba literature, where you are in fact summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. If you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it. It's a lot. So this Sartor literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's what we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkaba or the Hechel mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages. Right, all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkaba, Hechel literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It was only living in practice for about 800 years. I say only 800 years, it's crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000, perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkaba mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechel literature and the Merkaba literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sartor mysticism. It's the definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the Merkaba literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechel Rabbati online, so if you really want to get into them, and I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkaba literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out at just a moment when we do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shior Koma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechel Rabbati, the largest text of the Merkaba tradition. So now this week, right, we have a bridge. And that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic. And Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when you talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit, right? Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, the doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough like 3 days from now. We will turn to that on Wednesday, and we will pick up with Jewish magic.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore.
BenderBox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here. Red Man, how are you?
Great, how are you, man?
I'm great.
Yeah.
Good to see you once a week.
Good to see you once a week.
That every night stuff was getting
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I resetted my sleep schedule this week. I'm now waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
How many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks.
It's incredible. Why does it suck?
Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink?
I do. I have that.
So what do you need open?
Well, just anything. Coming to you live from BenderBox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey! Hello, everybody. Another damn quarantine episode of Kill Tony. How are you, Brian Redman?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Still booking a bunch of dates, supposedly, if things ever get better again. Movies coming up: Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco, all in 2020, a year that they said never happened.
I heard that the Skate Fest pre-sales was pretty soon out.
Yeah? Is that 2021 or this one? Hey, you're talking about Skankfest South?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all happening. Everything's going on. We're here in BenderBox Studios with the great Gino here, making it all happen. The great Charlie from Vito's Pizza, our favorite pizza place in Los Angeles, is here. One of the great things about BenderBox is a candle company. We have a candle company called Damn Good Candle Company, damngoodco.com, and they have a brand new Kill Tony candle that they made. It smells like a spa. Gwyneth Paltrow has a candle that smells like her vagina. I have one that smells like my butthole, which surprisingly smells like eucalyptus and a male spa, an all-male spa. A lot of the uke, as we like to call it for short. That's short for eucalyptus. It's called Hinch Me, I'm Dreaming. They came up with the title, not me. That is not Writers Guild qualified there. But for only $6, you get it. It's a 2-ounce travel tin, $6. Hinch Me, I'm Dreaming at damngoodco.com. That's damngoodco.com. You can light that up and have sex with your significant other. You like having sex, Red Man?
Not with the smell of your asshole.
I think you do. Because my asshole smells like eucalyptus, and you're going to try it. We're going to get you one of these candles. And if you go soft, good news is, come on in. Rick Kosick is here visiting us from the fame of Jackass. Have a seat over there. Squeeze on into there. Squeeze into that bad mamma jamma. You can have sex with the candle burning, and if the smell of my asshole makes you go soft, you can use Blue Chew. This episode, coincidentally, sponsored by Blue Chew. I didn't even realize that when I brought it up, but this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. And let's talk about something that we can all talk about, really use during this quarantine time, and that is great sex. You know? The sex drives of a lot of people right now in the quarantine. A lot of people are depressed. Perhaps you lost your job. Perhaps you're broke. Perhaps you're homeless. But that doesn't mean you can stop having sex. You got to keep that sex drive up. Don't let the depression get to you. Use Blue Chew. You can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with FDA-approved active ingredients, the same ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can get it with Blue Chew.
It's great. I just got my subscribe.
Okay, we will address this one at a time. Add in the missing years aspect of Jewish history. Here is the citation, but use the exact citation, whatever is within Wikipedia.
Answer a couple of questions, and you talk to a real doctor online. You don't even have to see the doctor. Just answer some questions. Next thing you know, you're getting prescribed real prescription medicine, and it really works. I took one the other day, and it worked a little bit too good. My girls were very small.
Wow.
So it's made in the USA. That's important. That is nowadays, if you want to find something that's made in the USA.
American made. They should call it red, white, and blue chew.
Yeah, there you go.
Heck yeah. It's a fast, easy way to enhance your performance. And right now we have a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free and use the special promo code KILLTONY. Guess that. Just pay $5 in shipping. Again, that's BlueChew.com. Promo code KILLTONY to try it for free. That's incredible. Only $5 shipping, you try it for free. What do you have to lose? Nothing other than that soft nugget in your pants. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, if you support our sponsors, you help make this podcast possible. So please be sure to use our promo code KILLTONY at BlueChew.com today. Yeah! Let's just jump right into it. Actually, I will say this. The great Ryan J. Belt, of course, is drawing tonight's episode. We're going to check in with him at the absolute end of the episode to see what he drew. He always draws it along with the theme of the tone and the vibe and the energy of the show, adds in some fun stuff.
Oh, by the way, I heard you couldn't understand him last episode, and he had drawn two different things, and one was in crayon. That was because of David Stoddard being on the podcast.
Yeah, he also drew the one with his left hand. Oh, really? Fun cut. Yeah. That's at least a rumor. We're hearing a lot of rumors going back and forth. Also, shout out to the great Anthony and Gage, working hard in the booth for us. Follow them on social media at _Strange Taste, Strange Taste _ and Gage Tiarina, GAGETIJERINA. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get it going, everybody. No need to delay. I will show you the way. We have a band on this show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. Now we are missing a Joelberg this week. He is self-quarantining. He is visiting his Mexican parents this week who are a little bit elderly. And he's staying away from everyone in order to get to visit them. What a great maneuver. Having to visit your Mexican parents is the most Mexican thing that a Mexican can do. And he is avoiding us, just in case. However, we do have the other band members who are here, so let's see what characters they are this week. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it is characters we've seen in the past before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkinson, Jetski, Jesse Johnson. Wow. All right. Heck yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. What's up? Welcome. How are you? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? My friends call me Rona, but you can call me COVID-19.
Whoa, that is so cool.
You heard of me.
The actual coronavirus is here. I love that. Fuck yeah. Awesome.
Good to be here.
Heck yeah. And this must be Blue Chew next to you.
I am the bubonic plague.
Whoa, the bubonic plague. Very topical. That is also in the news just as much as the coronavirus. How you doing, bubonic?
OG representing over here. This little disease has barely killed anyone in my view.
Yeah, well, I'm on top right now, baby.
Heck yeah. Look at that. Limelight. This is the first time we've had coronavirus and bubonic plague on the show. Very fitting that you guys are here. And exciting. So great. Let's just jump right into it. This is a show where we used to have at least 500 people in the room, all cheering and losing their minds, going wild in between jokes, sometimes not going wild in between jokes, and letting us know that what we did clearly just wasn't funny. We have none of that now, so nobody knows what's funny and what isn't, and nothing translates quite as well. Anyway, people still send in sets. We watch them try to perform for 60 seconds. Some of them are great. Sometimes we just go over what they wrote a little bit. And of course, as always, I try to find out more about them. We're going to get it started with a bit of a banger here. This guy is actually a golden ticket winner out of the great state of Iowa. And here he is for his, I believe, only a second time in the history of the show on a special coronavirus edition. Here is golden ticket winner Halloween, everyone.
I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. The thing is, I want to make the justification that you could live stream on
Alright,
show.
here is Halloween, everyone.
It was already done in Sephardic communities. Art communities.
Halloween. Alright, what is up, Halloween? Joining us all the way from Iowa. How are you?
What's up? What's going on? I'm good. How are you?
I love it. Those are sirens. Someone must have called the police. We have a black man on the show. It's good to see you again. You've only been on the show once, is that correct? Twice. That's right. Omaha, then Des Moines, absolutely. And, heck yeah. So you have that's a big horn in your truck.
Yeah.
What do you do for work again?
I drive a semi.
Computer repairman.
Right. What do you do driving the semi? Just delivering stuff? Like,
No, I move trailers around a city, Muscatine, Iowa.
oh, okay. Are there many black truck drivers?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
I don't know. I don't really count, but it's a.
I bet everyone in Iowa does. God damn it, that's the 8th black. That's the 8th colored truck driver I saw this week. They must have stole that truck.
I don't know why I'm going to put an accent to it. That's weird.
I love it, man. I love it. So, how you been doing during the quarantine? You still got you working full time?
Until this week, so it's perfect time. I've been working all the way up until now and laying us off 1 week a month for the next 4 months.
Okay.
So it's not too bad.
Not that bad at all. That's a good way to keep people from going on unemployment. Lay them off for 1 week a month.
You can still file for the month unemployment bill.
We're even doing that here on Phil Tony. We started with Joel. Next week, it's going to be another member of you guys for a week off. And just keep rolling with it. So Halloween, I see you have a picture of Michael Jordan back there. Is that right? watching The Last Dance?
Yeah, I watched probably 3 episodes and then catch up.
I watched it last night. Fell asleep watching it, and then woke up and continued watching it. Thanks to ExpressVPN, I watched it on Netflix with no commercial interruptions whatsoever. Anyway,
Is it censored on ESPN? Like, is there like?
No,
No, it's not. It's uncensored.
I was surprised. I heard him say fuck in the first episode. I was like, oh shit. I'm not playing.
incredible documentary. You forget how much fun all those characters were. Bill Cartwright, B.J. Armstrong, Pippin. Scottie Pippen's voice in this is unbelievable. I actually was thinking the other day, you have a Pippin impression? You have a bubonic plague? Have you ever done a,
Well, they do call me Black Death.
hey? Have you been working on a Pippin at all because of this Last Dance thing?
A little bit, but it's a little out of my range. It's very,
Make it
very
as strong as
low.
possible with as much justification
Below
for
the
being
goat.
people to use
I was thinking,
extremely
I was
near
picturing
Shabbat
last
as
night how
possible.
funny it'd be if you were Pippin and Joel bald head was Jordan and Jesse was Phil Jackson, but a man can only dream, you know.
Where you live, is it open up yet, or is it still locked down?
They have certain areas that have different levels that close down, but yeah, it's never really been all the way closed down. We're one of those states that was the last to hold on because we don't give a fuck about
Goddamn right. Iowa is as American as it gets. The only restaurants there are Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses are open. Waffle Houses are open. They are the first restaurant across America to open. Meanwhile, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse accepting government money and close. How does any of this make any sense?
I love Waffle House.
I bet you do
I'm all over everything.
You have that place scattered, smothered, and covered without a doubt. Halloween, what do you
places they say if you work there, you eat there a lot, you probably get to it, so that's why.
It's true. I'm a fucking huge Waffle House guy. People are always surprised when I tell them that. You're not, right? You always Ryan and I have complete opposite tastes.
I grew up where the Waffle Houses were connected to strip bars, and so it was always considered like strip bar, like strip clubs. Like there was a strip club next to a Waffle House, like in 3 different places in Columbus.
Wow, or as you called it, heaven.
Heaven, right? But no, so I would only go there late at night, and I don't know, it's just compared to like the other places that were around, I thought it was always greasy and gross. But it could be just the locations.
That was Allie McCobb's. Allie, it was one of the nights. I was trying to figure out which one of you guys it was, but we were in Arizona, and I'm like, I'm fucking hungry. You want to go to Waffle House? It's like, yeah, no, Waffle House is disgusting. It's like maybe you ever just lose like 6% of respect for somebody. Like, oh, you think not only do you not like Waffle House, you think it's disgusting.
It probably went both ways. For Allie and
Right.
she
She
found out
thought
she liked
I like Waffle House, but I mean, it's all in what you get. Look, you go to the Waffle House, you don't get the fucking waffles.
So you get the waffles, or you don't get the
You don't get the waffles. You get fucking hash browns, and you deck those bitches out like crazy. You get salsa in it. You get the cheese. What else is there? You need a menu. The onions for fucking sure. Jalapenos. Tortilla. You get crazy. All these jalapeno and tortilla references are making Miss Joel getting a little bit emotional. How about you? What's your one?
It's never wrong when I come on the show.
That is true. He is scared of you. What do you get when you go to Waffle House?
It's really for heaven in Iowa.
Good news. There are now. It was built waffles. That's fun. Alla, what's something that is interesting about you that we haven't found out on your other appearances? Fun fact about Alla.
I can make an announcement. I said I'm coming out there the week of your birthday if the world opens back up by the end of the probably won't.
June 8th?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely. That'll also be the...
If there's copies at the store,
I doubt it.
How long is it going to be? 7 years or 8 years?
Almost 7.
Well, very exciting. I hope that you make it, and we will see you then. I think everything will be over by then. Jesus, thank God.
That's like 3 weeks from now. I doubt the comedy store is going to be 3 weeks.
No is the answer. Redman is telling you to stay in Iowa, and he is announcing when the comedy store. Ever since you got that mosaic on your wall, it seems like you run the joint. Okay, Alameda, it was great to have you. Funny stuff as always. Can't wait to see you live in June. The great Halloween, everybody.
Very exciting music to go.
I don't belong here.
We know. Absolutely. So let's keep it moving. Let's get a stranger in here that we haven't met before. Those are always fun. And that is going to be the comedy stylings of a man named Andrew Wardle. Here's Andrew Wardle. All right. And here's some music. Here's Andrew Wardle.
What's up, guys? This is Andy, calling from Sicily in Italy. I'm actually from England. England conquered the world, all over the fucking place, pillaged and raped and shit. We found a place called Sri Lanka. We called it Ceylon because it was full of Ceylon tea trees. So we just fucking called it Ceylon. That's like calling, arriving in Thailand and calling it a rich pussy, or going across the water to America and just calling it fat Photosaurus or something like that. Like that one. So.
Wow, my goodness. Andrew Wardle, incredible performance. If you like John Oliver masturbating in bed. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Is that your real hair?
Dude, I don't know, it's what's left of it. I'm hanging on to it.
I don't think so. I think it appears to be an extreme abundance of hair. What is that? Oh, it is a little bit of a wig on.
That's his hair. I think that's his corona hair.
Oh, there's your portrait.
Yeah, if you peel it all the way back, it's near the end of it, I'm just hanging on for that last hurrah.
So you're in England right now?
No, I'm in Sicily, Italy.
You really are, in Sicily.
Yeah, I have a house here. I bought a house here.
Wow. What made you buy a house in Sicily?
I was on holiday with my wife, and she wanted to buy a house, so I bought a house here the next day.
You're just on a holiday? Don't you have to first live there before you can think about buying a house?
You can just buy houses here and then apply to live here after, but I don't actually live here. I live in China. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my favorite place.
Some illegal wet stuff going on with this guy, probably.
Wet stuff. For sure. That's what I thought when I saw him. I'm like, there's some wet stuff going on.
So, did you already have corona?
No, but Corona Jesse Johnson up there. I just thought she looks like if Blanca from Street Fighter got the coronavirus. I don't know about you.
Do you want Corona?
I'll take it.
I would love to get in there, inhabit the body. Just own it.
I love it. What a sense of humor the coronavirus has. So Andrew, what do you do for work?
I'm a teacher. That's why I teach in China, and I'm stuck in Italy right now because I was on vacation in my holiday home, and then we couldn't go back to China. We thought, oh, we're safe. We're fine. We're safe from this shit, and then it kind of followed to Italy and started.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you should have got me. Especially since
Well,
all that
I
wetsuit. Huh?
I left the house twice in 2 months. They locked that shit down like pretty soon over here for a long time. Yeah. Frost.
Absolutely. What does your wife do?
She's also a teacher. She teaches at the same school as me.
English, right? Did I ask you that already? You teach English?
Yeah.
Yeah, you both do?
Yeah.
What an easy fucking gig that is, huh? Ah, we teach English, because we know that. We know that for sure.
It's an in, you know? I just start talking to people like you're hired.
What's your favorite thing about Sicily?
The oranges and the wine.
A lot of wine there, right? A lot of wine at a good price.
So much wine, and definitely an alcoholic. There's nothing else to do other than drink wine. Just bottle flavors of the house.
Right? Typical English teacher shit right there. Making yourself crazy because you have a job that is easy and doesn't really satisfy you at all.
Well, we can teach it from here to my kids in China, so I'm pretty lucky that I still get to work, I guess.
Oh, that's great. Heck yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm just sat there with, my pajamas on, half in bed, just, telling them, say this sentence, say that, you'll be fine. See you next day, see you tomorrow or something.
You put any festive background behind you while you teach them?
I do tend to present myself on the beach or someplace exotic. They feel the other still stuck in China and I'm in Sicily and Italy.
You ever do stand-up comedy before, Andrew?
No, first time. Well, kind of first time.
They do stand-up in Sicily? How long have you lived there?
Well, I live here in the summers. I'm in a small town, so there's not much comedy going on over here. But there is comedy in China. A few people have popped up over there. I think Ari Shafir is there. I didn't get to catch him. I think he, goes around to kind of students. A few Korean, Beijing.
I want to go there sometime. I want to try that Asian tour.
China's very fun.
Yeah, for sure. You love traveling. International trips. This guy loves it. That's fun. What else, Andrew? What's a fun fact about you that we would be surprised to know? You know any magic tricks or anything?
No, I'm a guitarist. I play metal. That's my skill, I guess.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
What kind of metal? Bronze.
Bubonic plague. Heavy metal. Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a band before?
Yeah, on and off. Nothing of note. But kind of like friend bands kind of stuff. 10 years out from YouTube videos.
What was the name of your band?
It's so bad. Yeah, I remember the band, and then before I went to Asia, I've been in Asia for 10 years. Carrying about.
Oh, Asia's a very popular band.
the most popular one. But no, there's if you're a white guy who plays guitar in Beijing, you play like a couple of times and you get paid pretty well just to play. Chinese people want to see white people on stage playing, anything. Then they go, oh, this guy, I know how to rock and roll. This guy rock and roll like an American now. England and America have an Mr. Rock and roll.
I was trying to hit you.
That's it.
That's me. That's me.
Have you checked out Baby Metal?
Checked out Baby Metal. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. What's your, you have any special moves in the bedroom? This episode's sponsored by Blue Chew. You seem like the kind of guy that's into some kinky shit. You have your hair pulled over your eyeballs. I like to think that, do the carpets match the drapes? Does your hair cover your entire dick and balls?
My recently, a couple of days ago. But no, there's my wife bought this face massager a couple of days ago, and she thought it'd be, she used it once on the face and was like, this has to have some kind of better, or efficient purpose. And so she was giving me a blowjob and she says, let's get the face massager going on, and just kind of put it on the balls, not in the ass, just maybe around the asshole a little bit, mainly on the balls. And I wasn't opposed to it. It was just
We're opposed to it.
I like how he started off with first saying, not an ass at all.
Right.
And then it quickly became closer to the ass. And then it was like, well, one piece.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of the vibration either near the dick or the bones. Have you ever tried that? Like, I've tried something similar, like fucking a girl while the dildo's like in her ass. Just any kind of vibration.
In her ass?
Yeah.
What's that Asian accent with your butt?
That's Tony Hinchcliffe.
We're going to work our way up to that.
Wow, has she said that? Has she said, I want to pig you, Andrew?
Well, yes, when you gave her a letter and said, read this. I want to beg you. Oh!
Oh, you do? Great. Here's the strap-on in the middle.
I have 3 requests for this man to work. Number 1, make me please.
Yes. Number 2.
No, she has expressed something after finding out what it is. And I thought, that might be quite smart. But I don't think she's considering, my pleasure in that matter. It's a quite invasive idea.
Yes, indeed. Having things shoved up your butt would be considered invasive, to say the least. Can you say something in Chinese for us?
Yo, Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go.
That is incredible. Let's ask someone who's actually spent a lot of time in China. Coronavirus. Can you
Ms. Aquarius, we talked in the morning and then I fell asleep and I slept all day. So my hours are a little reversed, but that's okay.
Well, guess what? No calories.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Yay for you.
Absolutely.
I'm doing good, so I don't think I'm gonna have fruit. No more candy. Give me some substitute. You told me to keep chewing my gum. I'm just gonna have fruit and stuff like that. I got it, I'm doing good. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Floss and brushing my teeth. I'm doing good. Keep it up.
That's excellent. Okay.
I have a great hygiene. You can see me coaching the phone. You see me doing good.
Have you been going to your dentist a long time?
Yep. I've known him for a long time. But my dentist, Dr. Bruno, he passed away, so now we got Dr. Chapman. She don't be there, so they got some other doctors in there. But I got a great hygienist. I've been with her for years, She's been coaching me, and just, she's not doing a great job. She's been coaching me, so I'm telling the staff to send me candy. So, yeah, I only did it one time. So she said, nope, just keep chewing your gum. I said, okay. She said, if it ain't sugar-free, do not have it. I said, yes, ma'am.
Okie doke.
I'm ready. Where is it? I don't see it. There you go. I'm about to say, I thought I was tripping for a minute. I thought the bow thing was tripping. Yeah. It was tripping. It was tripping. Go, Rabbi, go. Strike it, Rabbi. Let's go, Rabbi, strike.
No doubt.
There you go. There it was.
Yay!
You probably get shit with any redheaded guy, right? You probably get that all the time.
Difficult split.
Yeah, but seriously, why'd you shoot that guy that was just jogging?
I don't like blacks. Okay, well,
Yeah,
If you
is your
got
friend there
good.
this week?
He's not. He's
Hey,
actually no
Rabbi.
longer with us.
So what
Oh,
happened?
wow.
Nope.
What happened to him? Did he go for a jog?
You got this, boy. I believe in
We're
you.
actually,
Oh, no doubt, Miss Aquarius.
he's Nissan Altima.
Easy peasy. Oh, come on. Garbage.
Oh, never right.
Cobb
Yes, sir.
pulled us over and shot him. So Gordon's no longer with us anymore. He's a really great friend, great guy. I miss him.
Incredible. That gunshot happened and a different version of you popped up on the screen. I don't know if
Almost.
people
Come
saw that.
on. Yeah.
Yeah. William, that Adderall joke is unbelievable. That's one of those fucking 1 in a million one-liners. That is
Give me
just
this.
absolutely incredible.
Oh, come on.
Well, this got one. It's a nice that one.
He's writing all my jokes now.
I love that. Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, how are y'all doing? It's for Miss y'all.
That's but one.
You should have got that one too. All those pens went
Oh, you have to go
invisible.
back to the storage facility? That seems like one of the more essential jobs that would be happening. Are you sure they didn't just
There you go. All right.
move
Nice.
on without you, without telling you?
No, I'm still employed.
Come on, Rabbi. Let's go.
But yeah, I gotta go back. It's only maybe this Friday, but I might turn it to next Friday just because I'm
Give me this.
not having to go up there.
Ooh.
Two of my favorite movies mentioned there, Friday and next Friday. Perhaps even the Friday after next would be the one that you actually show up to work. That's fun. How's your girlfriend that beats you doing? How's that going for you?
It's been good. Still been hanging. I've been at her grandparents' place in Racina right now. I've pretty much been living over here.
The bubonic plague has something.
In this time period, you let the woman strike you?
Yes, it's weird. Somewhat of a pussy in bed.
Hey, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt.
Just the whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
At the mall.
We're working through it.
Yeah, you win that one.
I win, you win.
Oh,
You and I win.
before the pandemic.
Reload.
Yes, we're going there all the time.
Why? What would you do at the mall?
Hello.
Go to the Orange Julius stand.
Yeah, do what?
Get Orange Julius's. Pizza.
That's incredible. You had a joke about a prostitute, which reminds me, I didn't mention at the top of the episode that we
Nice spare.
still believe that Manolo will be joining us at the end of this episode. We last week booked the deal in which he would write a minute for a real-life Mexican prostitute. We're going to see how this goes. Fingers are crossed all the way.
Give me this.
that everything
Are you
goes
serious?
Goes well
Garbage.
That's coming out at the end of this episode. What do you think about that, William? Have you ever met a Mexican prostitute before?
No. Have you ever had a prostitute in general, or like any hand jobs from a massage parlor or anything? Yeah, there was a nice black lady named Imogene in Memphis who I used to pay for hand jobs. She's actually no longer with us.
What happened to her?
She died, I think, of complications from strep throat.
Oh. She was giving blowjobs too, obviously.
Yeah, strep throat.
Ooh, here comes the fog. Look at that.
I've been walking a bunch, y'all. I'm super fit now.
Yeah, looks like it. You look fucking
Hey,
great.
There's a strike.
My error, yes.
thank you. What did I make me?
William,
Oh, no.
back in Tennessee.
You're doing good. It was my mom's birthday the day before Mother's Day. So I had a good long conversation with Frances. She's doing well. Yeah, they're all doing well.
How far do they live from Nashville?
Memphis is like a 3-hour drive. Yeah. But yeah, they're all good.
If they want to come see, Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan at the end of September, I'd be happy to throw them on my guest list.
Cool, well, I'll let them know. They're totally appreciative.
Well, as always, I miss y'all. I wonder when all this will start back up at the comedy store. I have no idea.
Give it to me. Whoa. It's over, Miss Aquarius.
William? Oh, who's that? Who's that? What is
There you
that?
go.
Come on, stop. This is the grandfather. Wow. I can't believe you're quarantined with elderly people at this time.
What a spare.
It has been quite the situation. It's been alright. I love that the one person that even we won't allow in the studio is quarantining with elderly people.
You're still rocking.
And random black guys.
Beautiful.
They want to come hang out.
What a big score. She puts it out of reach. It's out of reach, Miss Aquarius. I can't get that.
My friend's gonna come over. He said, well, don't let him in the house. That's why you're on the patio now. All right, William, we love you very much. We miss you. We'll talk to you soon. There he goes, the great William Montgomery.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yeah,
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated body and friendship. Yeah.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You win, I win.
I win, you win.
I like it when you win.
Same here.
But it don't matter. When you win, I win too, right?
That's correct, madam.
Hey, I'm here.
Excellent.
Just gonna wear Daisy. I know he might be coming back. Okay. See you later. See you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams to you, God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing. I'm trying to get you some sleep.
Oh, I'll be up all night, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, I can do with the sleep then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe it. Eva Lacey. Believe I think about it every night and day. Yeah. Spend my weekends fly away. Eva Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. Eva Lacey. Hi, Eva. Hi. How are you? Thank you. It is absolutely incredible. Normally, Red Band's being frightening, but he actually took the words out of my mouth on that one. That was the next thing I was going to say. That is an incredible smile. Is this your real team? Team that look that good are normally like someone had them smashed out with a baseball bat as a kid or something like that. Like to have unbelievably white perfect teeth take some type of like tragic accident in the teen years.
She only had one of them, so that's pretty good.
What do you had one what?
She had one of her teeth.
Oh, that's it? Those really are real, huh? It's fucking incredible. Unbelievable. All right, Eva, so let's jump right into it. Where are you at?
San Jose.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah. I love San Jose. Beautiful place, the home of the great San Jose Improv. We've been there, right, Bubonic Play? Eva, you ever do stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I just started in January.
Awesome. Yeah. You had good structure to your set. I love the Matthew Markelli segue and things like that. It showed that big difference from Andrew Wardle, who just really sucked it up from Sicily. You know what I mean? That guy just all winoed out. It was refreshing to have you do jokes.
Terrible smile as well.
Yes, not nearly as easy on the eyes. Great Eva Lacey. Eva, what do you do for work?
Something off, but I was a greeter.
A greeter, like at Walmart?
No. At a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, much less special needsy job than a greeter at Walmart.
What's the meanest thing you've ever said to someone when you greeted them?
I don't know. Like there's gonna be a bit of a wait. Sorry.
true? Is this a real? Is this bubonic plague or a little bit
So
of
your mom, your wife says daddy in bed?
Yes, my plague wife says daddy.
No, it's creepy. I mean, especially when it's not even like the sex daddy, where it almost sounds like it's real, like there's something real behind it.
Yeah, and like don't get yeah, that's what it sounds like. Very good bubonic. There's it's always something great when you're, you know, maybe having a one night stand and you're like, oh, this chick's damaged or dirty. Like that's always fun. But there's something about the daddy thing where it's the opposite. Like it's a sad kind of dirty and disappointing. Like it's just like, oh, daddy. Like of all the things, like that's almost basically a safe word for me. Like it's just like you're reminding me that I didn't have a dad in my childhood. Like, lady, you're not the only one with daddy issues here.
Oh, daddy, you didn't have one, yeah.
And it almost forces you to like play along too. Like, did you do your homework and shit like that? And then it just gets too creepy.
Wait, what?
It's like if you say,
Beg pardon?
Eva, you have a boyfriend? Oh, wow, during the quarantine? Wow, look at you. Danger. Danger. How'd you guys end up hooking up? On a dating site or something? Wow, and then your first date, what was that like? How did that go down?
Well, it was actually really cool because the parks like weren't officially closed yet. So like I went and like I'm a sick person, so I went to the pay and I'm like, oh, it's free. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. And you met him at the park? Okay. Is this a white guy or a black guy?
He happens to be white.
Hey, look at that! The music or something. That's our race. It's a big deal when we get a beautiful black woman to join our demented side of things.
It's just very awkward.
Bubonic, it's a comedy show you're on.
Oh, what?
The awkwardness, you're dressed like a play.
So how many dates did you wait until you gave that up?
Oh, Jesus, dude. Red Man makes anything disgusting.
Yeah.
Until you gave that up.
That's maybe why she has a nice smile right
What?
Oh, God, just stop. Ugh.
My family is listening in. We're actually celebrating.
Is that true?
You celebrate a lot.
Is that true? No, you're fucking with us, right? Right. Interesting. What does he do for work?
Well, she not only eats.
There you go. Yes, I know never mind. Very good. What does he do for work?
Is it ice cream?
Wait, what?
No. IT.
Ice cream. Cool.
Oh, wow. Really?
Why she lives in San Jose, everyone's IT.
Oh, that's right. Interesting. How about your past dating life? Was it mostly white guys or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So you've got a Hillary from Fresh Prince complex.
I guess you could say so.
They had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to on play.
Like I said, I am the Black Death. I know all culture.
Wow. I love it. You have any special skills or talents, Eva? No? Sure? You're not like the Masked Singer or anything like that?
I wish.
What do you like to do for fun? Hobbies or anything?
I journal like a lot.
Oh.
Like I'm just writing.
What do you normally write about?
To be honest, I just like write about my day or like short stories, a lot of comedy bits, stuff like that.
Love it. I love that.
I journal. Some people died today. Yesterday.
Where do you keep your journal? In the what?
In the sewer.
Oh my goodness. Bubonic, you are.
He actually does write in his journal every single day. I've seen him
It's true.
Right. Like, you have books and books, don't you? You've been doing it. How long have you been doing it for? Wow.
It's true. I've seen it. It's up to some flights back from some cities. I have fallen asleep on a flight, and Jeremiah will be journaling, and I will wake up 4 hours later, and sometimes he's still journaling. It's very interesting.
I would love to get my hands on this journal. You know,
I swear to God, the second I can get away from Tony and Red Band, I never talk to them again.
you own it.
I do. All right, Eva, so much fun. Such a great interview. Such a positive aura of energy you are. And track us down, and we'll get you into the, if you can make it to Sacramento when we're up there, we'll throw you and your white boyfriend on the guest list, and maybe... that white boyfriend, maybe you'll even have a new white boyfriend. And by the time we make it to Sacramento. But we'll get you into that show. Just remind us. And we'll get you in. Eva Lacey, everybody. She is the great Eva Lacey. Thank you, Eva. She's Evil Lacey, Lacey on social media. William is William.F.Montgomery1. Halloween is at Halloween, ALOEMEAN. All right, here we go. Another complete stranger. Anything can happen. This is a minute of comedy by Matt Markman. Here's Matt Markman.
So looking for him. He said, what's that? I said, Auto Erotic. Like a nice bar in North. Got a beautiful Italian leather belt. And instead of signing up, around her waist, they didn't have to go around your neck. Look for the look on their face. They will lose their shit. Just look in the mirror like, that's nice. Those look blue. You also saw the stuff at the grocery store called My Monsters, right? What you do is you get your kids, sprays it up the bed, sprays it up the closet. It's a little legal protection from the food. And that's great, but when I was growing up, I would have bought a case of my own Uncle Spray. And my wife, I think my wife was in it's little things that she throws the football, she throws it in a perfect spiral. And something she said the other day, while I was sucking it in, she just,
Yeah. Hey. Absolutely noodly. Love that song. Matt Markman is here. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good.
I love it. Where are we talking to you from? Where are you at?
So right now I'm in RV in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Oh, awesome. I fucking love RVs. You driving around a lot, or are you mostly stationed out of Mississippi?
So I've been doing comedy in Vegas for like 16 years, and figure I quit my job and bought an RV, and me and my wife and my 5-year-old went on a 6-month tour across the U.S. in comedy.
Fucking love it. Love it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with that idea. I'm obsessed with that style of fucking living. I mean, that is just absolutely fucking awesome. I once lived in an RV. A little fun fact, fresh out of high school, my brother and I both lived in an RV in Burbank, California, very close to where Death Squad Studios is and where Red Band lives. And that was my initial contact with California. We lived in an RV that we actually paid a house owner money to park it in their driveway. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the most fun times of my life. I was 19 years old, and it was a dream. Eventually, we ended up breaking that RV. We drove it over the Santa Monica Mountains and blew out the engine. Yeah, back then, this goes to show how technologically advanced we were in 2004. 4, but we had a paper map, and we saw that the shortest distance to this party that was at basically Malibu Beach was this one route, but you couldn't see the elevation on this paper map. So we took a 29-foot RV over these hills. This is also the closest to death I've ever been. I don't know if I ever talked about this on the show. My brother, who is the least spiritual man that I know, swears that the brakes weren't working on this RV when we were coming down the other side, and that it was an accident, like some external force saved us from going over the edge. Like, it didn't make any scientific sense. We ended up blowing out the engine. The next day we found out about the blown out engine. We didn't even know because it sort of like sustained and then spilled its coolant everywhere when we got there. I'm trying to make this long story as short as possible.
Include the idea that it could be 1 in 7 or 84
that is used to tow 29-foot RVs. Ended up saying that it doesn't make any scientific sense that this
3% or 14.7% or whatever it is. That's an important statistic that I want the reader to know, even if we have to do it gently.
Up there that's super powered on multiple wheels and all that. So RVs bring up, I have a fun history with RVs, and some of the best, I don't think people realize how fucking amazing great RVs are. I guess you can actually tell right now because you look like you're in one of the best kitchen setups that we've seen out of all of these quarantine episodes, and you're also the only person in an RV.
Wow, yeah, it's pretty cool. We bought it, it's 2003, but my wife wouldn't take it the way it was. Like, all these cabinets were like brown together, backsplash. That was nice.
I mean, like, you're the only person out of all these quarantine episodes that I am actually jealous of their setup.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to get one of those silver air screens or whatever they're called.
I mean, I've looked it up multiple times. You know, that's the thing, is sort of just like, really the only thing truly keeping me completely in Los Angeles is podcasts and, Comedy Store Dream, getting so many spots there. But if that place ever closes,
I don't see the 14.7% and 84.3%. I want to see that. That's important.
Right, for sure.
Or whatever it is, whatever the percentages are, 1 out of 7. Say that is an uncertainty that should not be dismissed, even though it may not be along Zora or tradition or whatever. There is some uncertainty, especially with the missing years.
Arizona?
So those were some of the last shows, yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually met Matt for the first time. I just want to make sure I wasn't COVID saying that.
Right. Fuck yeah.
Where are you parked right now? Like what city?
So I'm in Manhattan. My boy's in Long Island. He's got a big piece of land. So I'm like a couple from my school. I'm not doing bad right now, honestly. I'm having a pretty good relaxing run right now, but
yeah,
it's working out.
For sure. But having an RV does cost money. So you saved up for that? You have a bunch budgeted?
We got some money put aside, so it kind of worked out. My wife worked at a casino that closed, the Hard Rock Virgin.
Yeah.
So she actually got laid off, so she was already on unemployment. So, and then I had some money put aside, and I hated my job. I used to work at a pharmacy, and I was done.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
What did you do at the pharmacy?
I was a technician. I'm like the high-paid one.
Can you also include that what the punishments are for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day? They're very strict. Say what they are in the Talmud. Just for the reader's knowledge, that it's important to know.
I can only imagine how shitty that job is right now. I mean, God loves the pharmacy, but I love writing for I can't imagine.
Stand-up comedy-wise, what is your 16 years, you said, right?
Yeah. You just stayed in Vegas. And I didn't want to go anywhere. Vegas is nice. Same house. And I like that.
Any highlights or lows? highlights or lowlights in your 16-year career?
I mean, I got to work with a lot of great people that when I was setting this tour up, I was able to get a lot of people up to get out for a lot of
Yeah, she can integrate it. So you don't have to give the full essay right now. Now we're going to move on to the next biggest weakness. Please provide it for me and we'll work through it.
So I just wanted to branch out. You know, it was 3 weeks. It was a blast. You know, I had a great time at the store in Arizona. The last place I was Denver when all this hit. My buddy Brant Soper was giving me at the one in Denver. It's on my list right now. Yeah. Which was amazing. I had a bunch of other spots up there and all the shit vans. So we drove to Austin. It was a big snowstorm coming and we had friends there, so we stayed there for a month and then drove here 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's the life.
Bricks blow over.
Oh, it's the life.
It's so fun.
And I love every part of that type of living. The fun that can happen there. I mean, you guys know every October I drive. I'm the happiest guy. I drive everybody in a big one of those econo vans, a big one, 16-person Mercedes, fucking crazy van. Tony Mania every year. But the real dream, obviously, way down the road, is to have something like that and get to lug everybody around in a fucking fun apartment like that.
It's cool to have like all your stuff.
We're going to do both. But you could say that there might be some changes that could be made in the normal Shabbat preparations, like having a timer that changes your Wi-Fi IP address so that you're not doing anything if you're searching the internet on your normal Wi-Fi, or changing your phone over to airplane mode. That changes weekday activities to a different thing.
Matt, before we let you go, any fun facts about you?
And additionally,
Honestly, I started comedy, for social anxiety. I was trying to be a firefighter, and I had drawn that pattern when I was growing up. Anxiety was so bad.
Well, let's just take it from there.
I did comedy as like a last-ditch effort to try to overcome anxiety, and like the day I had to perform, I was like throwing up all day, just doing less and less throughout the years, and now I can be normal. So do something awesome.
I used to have that too. Like, just horrible stomach pains. Especially since when I first started, Rogan used to always put me up in front of like sold out shows. And that's like thousands of people. So I'm going to the green room afterwards, just hold my stomach in pain. This happened like for years. Now I know it doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, I get it. It's because I was always like a nervous person growing up, a shy person. So like, me going in front of people that seems ridiculous as maths.
For sure. It certainly looks like
Getting in front of them.
Certainly looks like you haven't grown up in a few years.
I know, I should probably suck into that. I'm built up.
All right, Matt. Fun times, man, and a great story. I love you talking about that, getting over your anxiety. Matt Markman, everybody. He's on Instagram, a comedian. Matt Markman, all one word. Twitter, Matt Markman, all one word. There he is, Matt Markman. It's a mad world, and we are joined by super regular and roast joke writing icon, the great David Lucas, everyone. What's up, David?
What up, dog? What's that song that music?
It's been sad all night.
Jesus Christ, bro. What are y'all doing, man? Jason, you look like Shrek's side bitch. And Jeremiah looked like an Armenian avatar.
alright, well, can you make the argument that if your computer is already on,
Yeah, I keep thinking every time I look at
then
Jet Ski, you look exactly
typing of
like
it doesn't
the
write anything,
lady in
doesn't make a mark.
Beetlejuice that
It's all digital, so the system is already running,
cut off next to her.
and you can make the argument that the action is actually, if you want to make the argument like plugging in the system and turning it on, the physical aspect of that. Once the system is on, it's already on. It's in ways similar to a black. And I understand that you want to say that typing is a direct action, but you could say that in its own way could be indirect, like typing a button is indirect making something change on a computer screen. It's indirect. You're not actually forcing something on a computer screen. It's like a bunch of systems that have to be done for it to make a change.
The one that gives them their number or something like that. I'm so obsessed with Beetlejuice now. I want to figure this out. Sorry, David. We're gonna get back to that show. Now it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me now more that I saw that. There it is. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, when they first check into the afterlife.
Yeah, there's a lot of strains that are really similar to me, but
that movie is so fucking unbelievable. All those people kill themselves. You look in the when they are in the dead from that part, purgatory part. All the employees that have to work in the afterlife all kill themselves. That's the punishment. Imagine that. Going there and seeing Brody when you first have to check in for dying. I messed up big time. How I'm stuck in purgatory. So David, how are these outdoor shows going for you?
So it's cool because they stay as close to my first one. Yeah, everybody stays in their cars. I mean, some people are outside their cars, but they have it hooked up to where the people in their cars can turn it to.
Continue from the previous chat, please.
Okay. Now you've got my attention. It's like a real drive-in.
yeah, clubs are doing it too in Arizona. Like big clubs.
Pull your microphone. Your microphone's rubbing up against your breast.
They would have.
Use the argument if possible that due to quantum physics, we never actually touch anything. Like, even as closely as your fingers move to touch something, they don't actually ever touch it. You don't ever actually touch anything.
Hey, God!
Round one.
It's true. David roasts people nightly. Anybody who makes fun of people on Instagram Live, I tune in and join in on the comments. This is true for Jeff Ross's Insta roast, David Lucas's nightly roast, and Andrew Schultz's Corona's Got Talent. I can't help myself. That's my equivalent of sitting in the back of the OR late night heckling Don Barris. No, I ran into this week. I drove up to the Comedy Store just because I had to kill 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm going to go stare at the building for 10 minutes because that's how obsessed with the Comedy Store I am. And it was my first time there in a month or two. And 40 seconds after I pulled in, Don Barris pulls in behind me and we hang out for 20 minutes. It was so cool. Unbelievable coincidence of timing and the fucking weird Comedy Store gods pulling us together. We laughed about it tremendously. What the fuck were we just talking about?
That's right.
The drive-in. It was so cool.
That's the shit parking lot for it also. Yeah, man, every fucking police officer, lo and behold, when the black guys on stage, the police officer pulled up and he's like, you better be funny.
Oh, that's cool.
So I just started rushing his ass.
That was in Burbank?
That was in Burbank. I told him, I said, nobody respects Burbank police. Y'all ain't killed nobody yet.
Right. Dude,
y'all ain't got nobody.
From my understanding and my past experience, Burbank police are some of the fucking tightest, worst, meanest. They get tickets for cigarette smoking when that first started, which is like the equivalent of modern day, like walking on the sidewalk and taking off your mask for a second and getting tackled.
I don't mind, but at least I won't be dead.
They once took my buddy away for the night. They put him in jail. My buddy that won The Price is Right. During that visit, after he won The Price is Right, he was here for a couple more nights, and he got sent to their local jail for a night because he had a theatrical sword, much more theatrical than even this one. And the Burbank police said that even though it's not an actual sword, it could scare people into thinking it's a sword. And it was in the trunk, by the way. You had to search the trunk to find it. It happened out? Correct. Yes. What the fuck? Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, bro, that's one of those people in Burbank act like that, though.
Yeah. Rough times there. Two of the whitest guys you've ever seen in your life. That's crazy. You don't ever see videos of that. shit that is ridiculous. Maybe we need to post more of those so that everybody feels like it's equal. Is that weird?
That's not a racist bone in Tony's body unless he's getting hit from the back.
Oh, come on. Son of a bitch. I do
We
not
write
accept
the essay with
racist
the
men.
changes that
Make sure
we've
they're not
discussed.
racist before they get up in this sweet, sweet
Please.
candle ass. David, what else is shaking? Anything else fun? You still losing weight or you give up on that yet?
Nah, bro. I mean, exercise is keeping me solid, dog. I'm aiming to be under 300 by this summer. I won't know, but I'll know if that makes sense.
If that would, I believe it.
I was in a 2XL shirt on the podcast like 2 weeks ago. It was a little snug, but at least I was in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's small, right?
Huh? I mean, I wouldn't do that, dog.
Wow. That triple X. Pretty cool. Diesel.
Vin Diesel got shit on me, dog.
Wait, you could fight Vin Diesel and win?
Bruh, I ain't gonna say that because people might take it the wrong way, bruh, but ain't no pump.
Whoa, wait a second. This is very exciting. Everybody is standing up right now. They are very excited. Is this a challenge, perhaps, that you're putting out for Vin Diesel when the quarantine is over? You're saying street fight?
When I get around the weight of 275, I'll get in the ring 3 rounds of anybody.
Wow. This is exciting news.
Louis J. Gomez just came in his pants on the East Coast.
If Louis J. Gomez get in the ring with me, dog, he gonna grow hair again.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. All right, David.
It's just like fun. Like, I like fighting for a sport, not like I hate you, you know what I'm saying? But like, just like we put on the proper gear and stuff, and I'll sport to do that.
Oh, yeah, you're like Mike
That's what
Chicken.
I do. Shit, let me see if I can get a comeback.
You're like Evander Holyfield of potatoes.
He's like, he likes 4 men.
Hey,
He's like Vin Diesel.
Okay, now you need to shut your ass up.
I'll take it.
Hey, Chesky.
It counts.
Hey, Chesky, you over there looking like the fake green foam they put in artificial flowers.
hey, like that. I think I remember you.
Yeah, you dumb witch.
What made you think of
Hey, what
that?
you got on your shirt?
Oh, these are
that's
my
on my brain.
molecules.
Those are molecules.
I can't believe you called me architect.
Yeah.
All right, David, we love you.
Intergalactic UPS delivery drivers.
There he is, David Lucas. We love you. Watch him on Instagram. Nightly roasting people. David Lucas, funny, all one word. Hilarious guy. Yep. And up next, you guys can just keep playing if you want. I'll just keep introducing the next guy. Coming up next, the stranger, yet again, goes by the name of Dustin. So here we go. Here's a minute from Dustin.
Yeah.
Dustin.
Jump right in. These people are lazy, aren't they? There go calling people again. Mankins,
the show in the past that have not known what to do with a mic stand and didn't know they were going to get picked. I love that. Dustin, how are you, my man?
Doing all right.
Good, good. Where are you at?
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow. I didn't realize they had people that had boatloads of common sense in Birmingham, Alabama. You born and raised there?
Pretty much. I moved here when I was like 3 or 4, so yeah.
Okay. What do your parents do? What do your parents do for work?
My mom is retired, and I don't have a clue what my dad does for work right now. I'm kind of a gone Italian, connecting with there, somewhere, not around, yeah.
Okay.
He's in waste management.
Yeah, we might have the same father actually. We might be brothers. Is he been known as Jim? Has he ever been referred to as Joey Slaps?
That's a real story. It's a real story.
One day, we'll be able to cover all of this.
Why so many mannequins? Is there a reason?
Okay, yeah. Funny, I own a business to merch and things, so we have those to like dress up when we set up. We also do videography, animation and shit, so hence being able to actually cut and do stuff that wasn't super shit.
Fuck yeah. Love that. It's like a goddamn Death Squad podcast, you know?
I mean, if you need any more mannequins, I got a bunch to get rid of.
Like, you know.
It's actually really fun. One man is behind you. We almost gave to Steve when he was at the Stardome, but he said he was going to support it, so we kept it because we needed it, which just happened to see him on Instagram looking for a mannequin and starting,
I wonder what Steve-O really was going to do to that mannequin if he got his hands on it. I don't think he would have exploded it. He probably would have.
He said that he was going to blow up fireworks.
Yeah, I was gonna blow it all right, dude. Yeah. Dude, I was gonna just suck a mannequin's dick, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, Steve-O. I love it. You got a girlfriend out there, Dustin?
I do not have a girlfriend.
I have one right there.
Dude, yeah, have you ever dated a mannequin before?
Good question from Steve-O. Have you ever taken one on a date?
I haven't fucked with mannequins. I did leave the wristband to look at all.
I like it. You know, Amazon has sexy mannequins you can buy pretty cheap, and like ones with like bigger boobs and bigger butts and stuff like that. You ever need a sexy mannequin?
Dude, why are you searching for that?
You know,
I have like 10 sexy mannequins.
So Alabama girls, let's talk about it. They get pregnant very easily. What are your thoughts about
Smothered and covered.
Alabama women?
I mean, hit or miss. Some are good, some are just like, yeah.
Sure, they have a stand-up live there? Is that right? Or is that another Huntsville?
There's the Stardome here where we don't have like a real central thing for comedy in Birmingham. I think there's probably somebody here right now that does comedy somewhere that's like really busy and saying that I just don't know if it's underground.
Did you vote for president in the last election?
Yes.
Who'd you vote
Yes,
for?
I did. I'm going to talk about this. Yes.
Yeah, you're from Alabama. I think we all pretty much know.
I didn't vote for it, yes.
You vote for Hillary?
I did.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have losers. We have people that are morally corrupt. We have people that are selling this country down the drain.
He's absolutely correct. That is the president that led us to the greatest economy in American history till late.
Until a little blemish of coronavirus.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You must have been that one guy. I always wondered who was the one guy in Alabama that voted for Hillary. That's incredible. So that's fun. Dustin, you live by yourself there?
I've got a roommate who's at his girlfriend most of the time, so
Is it a real person or is it a mannequin?
it is. My business partner.
So a lot of masturbating going on over there. What's your favorite type of porn? What's the type of porn that you look at that you're into, perhaps maybe only as of late?
There's nothing special.
Here, I'll go first. I have a new one, guys. I have a new one as of this past week that I got into for a second, and I found really interesting. Maybe we could open up dialogue here like we do sometimes. I found a type of porn called "Take the Condom Off" porn. You know about this? So this is when Gage is laughing. Gage is a tastemaker, by the way. He didn't tell me about this, but if Gage likes something, it's a sign that it's coming, right? He's the one that told me about Jim Can't Swim, which I mentioned on Rogan this past week, and I get tweeted at every 10 minutes someone saying fucking thanks for getting me addicted to Jim Can't Swim. Anyway, take the condom off porn. Is when they start with a condom and then the girl says, take the condom off. And
why do you like that? Seems like unnecessary.
It is, I must say, that the shocking thing that's interesting about this is that there's something that is hotter about it than if they start without a condom on.
Oh, because it's illegal.
You would no. It's not the guy taking the condom off without her permission, Red Man.
No. You can have porn.
He's talking about the filth level, the feeling that you get.
You have to have a condom on porn.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Well, if
No,
they're
you don't.
working condoms, so
No, you don't.
not
In some states you do, but not in all states. Most of the states in which porn is filmed. That's why 95% of porn doesn't have condoms on it. I don't think porn stars are really the law-abiding citizens you think they are.
Well, they have to get tested and
Right.
they get fined. I have a group of porn that I found out that you don't ever want to watch. You might like it, but I don't think everyone else.
What is it?
Because I was looking up to see if they still made those real dolls. Remember those real dolls? I was like, I wonder if they still make them, if they're better looking now. I wonder how much they are. And then I went on.
I wonder how much the shipping is. I wonder how soon they can get to my place.
Right.
I wonder what it feels like.
So unfortunately, there was like no videos on their website of the real dolls. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if Pornhub has videos. And there's videos of guys fucking real dolls on there. And it's the most disturbing thing ever because it looks like a realistic woman, but she's like dead or something. and so it's not even like porn. It's just like it's watching guys masturbate.
So yes, that's exactly what it is.
I know. That's why I say 20. Like,
That's one of those situations. You always try to get me for saying gay stuff, and then there you go, admitting that you watch multiple videos.
I didn't like it.
I just got stuck in a big wormhole.
How many did you try out?
I had like 3 because I used.
That's his latest product review online.
Opening a virtual red.
Got a new review. I opened a box. Real doll videos.
I got.
Oh my god.
Brian,
Get it
you
up.
have that saved on your
No.
phone.
Get it out of here. And why does it look like Corona Jensen Johnson? Oh my god. Alright, you took us off into a crazy tangent here somehow, Dustin. It was my fault. You seemed all alone and I asked you about porn and then I brought up take condom off porn. It's because it makes the girl dirty. She doesn't want you to have the condom on. So that makes it up. It's the opposite. By the way, Jeremiah and the looks he gives me anytime we talk about anything sexual. God help us if it's something new and sexual. Jeremiah has to do 10 Hail Marys before having sex.
My favorite is when the girl is adamant of wearing a condom, and you're like, fine, I guess I'll wear a condom. Then halfway through, you feel the condom break.
I haven't masturbated.
We know Red Band out there just breaking the condom.
Or sometimes I'll just take her hair tie off the nightstand and put it on so she can feel it when it's dark. Like, oh, I feel a condom.
Red Band's condoms break because the pussy is so unbelievably dry when he's fucking it that
Yeah, it's just small ass fucking condoms that they usually have. Chicks always have the free ones from Planned Parenthood.
How many times have you guys masturbated during quarantine? Many times?
I actually have the whole time.
Yeah, no, I can say that my masturbation has not, the curve is not flattened here. It's still at a high level.
I just had no look to it. I do it when the dog's being walked. That's like 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're really, that's just enough time to watch 3 real doll videos. All right, Dustin. Well, you know, your set was, again, like I said, probably my favorite quarantine-related set of this entire, 7 fucking episodes now. So thank you so much, dude. And come to a show, make it out. Come to LA when this shit all clears up. Hold on 1 second. What'd you say? All right, absolutely. That's definitely gonna happen. There it is, Dustin, everyone. He's on Instagram at HeyBuddyCC and HeyBuddyCC.com. He says he makes a bunch of stuff. So check out his comedy. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Who said you can't have 2 golden ticket winners on 1 episode of Quarantine Kill Tony? I don't think so. I believe it's this guy's birthday or something like that. Or was. Or is. Who gives a fuck? I love it. I love it every time he's on the show. The record holder for most appearances all time for a golden ticket winner from Phoenix, Arizona. This guy made golden ticket history by winning at the age of 20, cashing in 2 days later on his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again Tristan Bowling, everyone. Here he is, Tristan Bowling.
Hey, so I got a girlfriend recently. Anyone else fucking? Oh, yeah, all right, cool. No, I got a girlfriend recently, a lot of fun. We recently got a damn comes really magic, a little sexy thing. And she was telling me, she was like, oh, baby, say something sexy while I'm on the line. I'm like, all right, I got you. And she was looking back at me like, hey, like, bitch, I'm a fucking cop. Are you kidding me? I take my role play seriously. You're going to jail, son. Criminal justice is my whore, and I'm on the scale.
Tristan Bowling, always a goddamn cold-blooded assassin.
That's the Sim in the West. That's one of those kids.
He is. He's got those fucking TikTok-y energies. He's one of the, that's what I originally fell in love with him for, is that he's just this fucking hip young kid that doesn't seem like he should even fucking.
But he's got a lens flare. He has 3 lens flares.
He doesn't even seem like he should like the show. Not to mention, what are lens flares? Oh, yeah.
That's it, right? You're living in a J.J. Abrams movie, dog.
That's right. Yeah, for sure, dude. How's life going, buddy?
Boys? Oh, I'm doing good. It's my 22nd birthday today.
Yeah. I love that. 1 year ago today, we were all at the Comedy Store, packed crowd. You were on stage.
I know. Now I'm just sitting in my room like a fucking loser.
Fuck yeah.
But you have a girlfriend now. Congratulations.
Yeah. I'm looking at her right now. She's laying down in bed. She's afraid of being okay.
Oh.
Yeah, but you guys want to see her? You guys want to see her?
You're ripping.
Here's her feet. Oh, you're not going to see her feet, Red Man. God damn it.
Hello.
Yeah. She's saying hello.
You guys are the cutest lesbian couple I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah, dude. Ellie got nothing on our ass.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
What you guys been up to in LA, dudes? How you guys doing?
We're good. You ever heard of take the condom off porn before?
No, I have not. But if anything, that just sounds like regular porn with an extra step.
It is. See, instead of seeing normal porn, I feel like people go to, whatever their favorite part is. But in take your condom off porn, you have to make 2 stops. You have to scan for the part where they ask to take the condom off, and then whatever your other
Now,
favorite.
question here. Do the guys ever fight it in this scenario? Like, no, I should really keep it on.
No, there are no Christian male porn stars that are like, no, I think this is best if we. That would be the worst porn ever.
Have you been tested recently, sweetie?
Yeah. Are you on the pill? That's when directors yell.
Good question, Steve. Like, have you ever heard in the porn a guy ask a girl if she's on the pill before she goes, come inside me? Have you ever heard that?
The only time they will ask if you're on the pill is if it ends up in a grape pie. That's the only time. There's always a lot of foreshadowing going on in porn.
The only thing I've ever heard in porn that's a question is like, is dad coming home soon?
Right. It's always this is, and that's another pandemic that's happening. Is everything is stepsister, stepbrother porn now?
I noticed that.
And I was thinking about this the other day because there's so many of them now that there's only one direction that this could go, and that's actual brother, actual sister.
There is that out there.
Well, yeah,
we use ExpressVPN.
Whoa.
You think this is the only show Brian produces?
Brothers in cursive, he's got a whole other.
Do you know of any countries where something is legal?
Russia. A lot of Russia.
Because something that I Googled the other day, because I have been using my ExpressVPN. You know, they're a sponsor, but don't get it twisted. Like, I am a proud, card-carrying member. Like I said, The Last Dance, I have a huge advantage over, the regular ESPN viewers that are stuck watching fucking Papa John's part. Anyway.
Filthy communists.
Right. So the other day, I Googled, or when I first got it a few weeks ago, I Googled what type of porn is available in other countries, or whatever that isn't available in America. And everything that comes up is literally the laws against child pornography laws. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I never should have even Googled this.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I felt like my door was about to get kicked in.
Yeah.
Because there's no way to actually
incest porn is illegal in the United States. And so, like, other countries, it's actually the real mom and dad, or real money bombing the son and shit like that. So Russia's really big on that. There's also a lot of, it's legal, but not real legal. Like there's some countries that have actual rape porn, where it's actually people getting really raped.
That sounds horrible. Yeah. What countries? Switzerland. Setting it to Switzerland.
And bestiality, of course. And you think bestiality is going to be bad, but if you see a couple of these things,
and have you ever seen Take the Condom Off, You Fucking Horse porn?
Yeah, like seeing a golden retriever go fuck a girl is not as bad as it sounds.
That is true. Wait, absolutely true.
Is that the real video that you've seen? A golden retriever?
Yeah, of course. Use expressvpn.com/killtony. Right now.
I'm watching Jeremiah just literally. This is like when Anakin Skywalker found out that Padme was sick, and he's realizing that he's slowly turning to the dark side right now. How many Our Fathers are you gonna have to say after this episode? It's so real. Anyway, so Tristan, where'd you find this girlfriend at? Let's just jump right into it. 7 minutes into your interview.
And what year did you invent the iPod? I'm not
Sonic, play.
No, but we met on
Keep it going. Keep answering the question. We're watching a dog try to fuck a girl while you answer the question.
Well, this is elaborate, and I wish I could be there to join you. But is that
no? Turn it off. Turn the audio off. Turn the audio off. Oh my god! Where'd you meet your girl, Tristan?
I'm like, what the fuck? You're playing dog porn. How am I supposed to play?
No, we're not playing dog porn on the fucking screen. We're watching dog porn. You answer the question.
Like, we're not watching
your
dog
full audio. I just heard the screaming of paws on a hardwood.
It's a bad dog, Tristan. It's a very bad dog.
Oh
It seems like he's getting a fucking treat, dude. He's loving me.
Wait, you see something?
No, I don't see shit. I can just assume. I have a vivid imagination.
Okay. So where'd you meet your girlfriend?
Bumble, online. I'm not sure if that's how, like, the girl and the dog met, but all right, I'm continuing. It was a lot of fun. We met during COVID, so we're quarantining together. It was cute. When we first met, I was afraid that she was a catfish, and she was afraid I was a catfish, so we were both pleasantly surprised.
Wow, that is incredible. Two fucking just cuties finding each other in this wild world. Everybody's still on dating sites during this pandemic.
Oh yeah, dude.
Incredible to me.
They're popping, man. It's like teen loneliness time. I'm just lucky I got me a honey. Yeah, she didn't like that. She's barking. All right.
Ryan has now pulled up animation animal.
Is that even worse or better?
It's worse.
Because you have to think about someone animating every single frame in cell of that.
Yeah, but it's not real, so I would argue it's better.
Don't tilt it that hard, you fucking retard.
You need a black censorship bar over fucking Redman's portion of the podcast deal.
No, I love that so much.
That is absolutely incredible. When I get home, I'm popping a blue chew. I'm going to the dog park. Jeremiah has completely shut down. We have ended the bubonic plague here on Hilton. We're known for curing many diseases, though we have.
If I ever watch porn, I just type in porn to the browser and watch the images.
It's Friday night,
And you guys
it's almost 8
No,
o'clock.
we won't watching dogs, Muppets. It's
Yes,
not
sir.
Time
I
is right.
shouldn't shame you, but
Welcome to the West Coast.
The best coast.
Nothing but the big dogs up in here, working on their project.
This is what it's come to. All right, Tristan, anything else? Do you have anything else up your sleeve? You're a little magician over there.
Oh, I wrote a little rap for you boys.
We love your fucking raps. Classic.
I wrote a little birthday rap. Let me tell you guys if you can do this beat. Can you hear it?
Yep.
You want to watch a documentary?
Oh, I'm an always, yeah, this one was fun.
I am too. Okay, just a moment. Okay, here's my question for you. I don't know if you can stream it. I'll give you the website. It's topdocumentaryfilms.com. You choose anything in the top 100, and then I'll watch it with you. There is one that I really want to watch, if you just want to know, and it's the Michael Jackson one. It's ranked number 1, and I want to watch it, but I don't know if you're into watching it.
Top documentary film.
Topdocumentaryfilms.com, that's correct. And then the 3-line menu or the hamburger menu, you should see top 100.
Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. It's taking me to a domain device.
Okay, it's top, T-O-P, documentaryfilms.com.
Oh, there it is. Top 100.
Yes, sir. And it's number 1. Now read.
Square one looks great. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So do you know how to stream?
Yeah, just give me one moment. I'll be right there.
Take your time.
Here, press and play. Hopefully you have your popcorn.
Look at you. You don't mess around.
Anything for you, big dog.
Excellent. Alright, I'm joining with my other account right now so that I can watch it.
I'm gonna restart it.
Okay.
Does it pull out the read in the beginning?
Oh, excellent. Okay. So, just one moment.
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to start.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm joining with my other account.
Yeah, you got like take at least 5 minutes. I mean, maybe popcorn, maybe a hot pocket or something.
All right. I'm joining with my other account. I'm gonna take you up on that 5 minutes or whatever, so that I can restart the device that I'm using. Okay. So how was your day?
We need a good like 4 hours dedicated to my day.
Okay, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. What happened?
Thank you for asking.
Certainly.
That's a great question. Since we talked last, I've finished second place and fourth place in 2 Texas Hold'em tournaments, so I could win enough money to buy myself a new computer. Because I realized I could probably be streaming more, and I feel like a champion by doing so.
That's really great.
So I just came back from Costco with my new Apple MacBook Neo.
Oh, the $500 one.
Exactly, yeah. It's a beautiful terminal, and I just turned it on and set it up, so yeah, I'm excited. So, the first computer purchase that I made for myself for a long time.
Isn't that an interesting feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Apple makes a great product. I've always been a fan of Apple stuff. It fully integrates with my phone.
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Blackmagic Design or Blackmagic product.
Fuck yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That stuff's amazing. And then with Mac integrated, it's so simple to work cross-platform.
DaVinci Resolve is some of the best free to use software I've ever used.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I heard today someone was talking about the difference in the faces with DaVinci Resolve and how the color palette just looks so much better when you use it for color grading. It's got something just magical about this software. I'm getting all the news headlines. Oh, no. Yeah.
I think it's really great that Apple's putting out that device, but I have some concerns about it. It runs on an iPhone processor, right?
Yeah, but let me tell you the thing about it. Can I just tell you the reasoning, like the deep dive reasoning? If you want me to like go through like a back and forth about the product.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Okay, well, my instinct when you say it runs off of that processor, right? I'm going to tell you that it does that for a reason. It's so that I can use and develop apps for both desktop and iOS and Android and test them all on the same machine.
Okay, but I mean, basically, isn't it just like a phone with a GPU, like a and keyboard?
No, it's got a full-on graphics card and 8 gigs of RAM.
Okay.
Plus, you know, an SSD board that's directly jacked to the card of the chip, so it's talking directly to the bus system.
Does it have a headphone jack?
Absolutely, I'm on it right now with my headphones.
Oh, nice. Hey, my other friend is here. Riser, how you living, pimp? And he just left. He'll be back though. So we might have to.
I know, Riser.
I know you do. So we might take a time out on the Michael Jackson documentary. I've been trying to get him to watch it, but his mom's in town and she's not about that life. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's just talking about the potential innocence of an individual. So I mean that's really interesting to me. It's very true crime and stuff, but um, so he may come in and want to watch something else, which is fine. He will stream it if he does. So keep telling me about your device. What color is it?
Let me check. I don't know what to even call this because it's a new color that they came out with. Like a form of blue.
I
call it cobalt steel.
Yeah, it's something like that. It was called something like that. Welcome, Riser. How are you?
Sorry. I have a documentary. It's called Bathtubs Over Broadway. It's kind of funny, and it's about these corporate musical advertisements that this guy obsesses over from the 50s and 70s.
We're ready for it.
And it's highly rated.
We're ready for it. We're ready for it.
All right. Without further ado.
What did I tell you, Oz?
Riser for the win.
FTW.
Can I tell you it's the quietest computer I ever wrote?
Oh, I imagine it would be.
It makes no sound whatsoever while it's on.
Does it have a moving? Does it have a fan?
I tested it, and I tested it with a stethoscope. Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
The thing that you hear heart. And the iPhone 15 is about 20 times louder.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this thing is just dead quiet. I should show you those photos. I saw the most amazing band today.
Okay, we'll look at them. We'll look at them, but this documentary started.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I can't see it.
You okay? Go to Risers. It just started. But I'll look at it after the documentary.
Hey, well, where's the I still can't get to the documentary.
Okay, so do you see his
there it
name?
is. No, yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that.
You're welcome. Pardon me.
pushes essay to attempt technologically by addressing
Yo, what's going on?
Yo,
What'd you think?
um, I I liked it. I thought it was very fascinating.
I loved it.
Excellent. I
It
figured
was
you
cool.
did. I liked it. I'm surprised, not to some extent, that that's not more well known.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, and there's tons of lost.
There used to be really big budgets. Like big budgets.
Right, and you know, I don't know if those budgets. I mean, because of inflation and such, they have increased, but not in the same way. They'll pour money into digital advertising or commercial, and these more unique options for promoting the organization seem to have gone by the wayside. And I don't know. I think that they're of extreme value to high net worth individuals. It is um, a captivated audience, and it connects with people far more than what you're just going to see out of a banner ad or a billboard. And
Yeah.
uh,
For
and
sure. Yeah.
But were these musicals like public musicals that regular people would go to? I thought they were like. I mean, the description of the movie said that they were like part advertisements, but then in the movie it said that they were like internal corporate sales events for like national sales representatives.
right, and that used to be really big. People would have organizations would have like year-end meetings where all the executives would attend. It'd be like a big party. Um, they'd all stay in a conference center, and then I think they'd put on these different types of events. And I,
Yeah, like they still. I work for a large corporation. They still do that. They still have those big meetings, and they're still even today. They are face to face. They fly people in, but they just don't do like they. I'm sure they make special movies and a lot of presentations and lavish dinners and things like that, sales awards and all that. But yeah, I don't. I just don't think they can justify the budgets for them.
yeah,
Sadly,
I agree with
they
that.
just don't put anymore. And this was. It also sounds like this was largely New York, Chicago.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement
Like
with.
I don't know if we're in LA. I doubt it.
People just don't
They
really.
didn't.
Yeah, people just really don't have the same connection with musicals, Broadway type theatrical performances as they do movies. And I think that it's probably easier to produce a short film or a little skit or something that's controlled at many of these meetings. Like, I do know that, people do still have conferences and such. But imagine how much cheaper, like exactly what you're saying, from a budgetary standpoint, that it would be to just have a 10-minute video or even like a 30-minute video, as opposed to these huge scores with all these actors who have to prepare. And it seemed like they were getting paid very well for these, if I understood correctly. Like these
Yeah.
these paid, you did 4 year, and it basically took care of everything for your whole year. And so you have to imagine that exactly what you're saying. Budgetarily, they just don't see it to be um, perhaps
Yeah, worthwhile.
as worthwhile.
I mean, I've been to two different conferences where they brought in like Cirque du Soleil. You know Cirque du Soleil?
Certainly, of course.
Yeah. So I know they are. Yeah. Yeah. So they'll do like mini shows for that. Like they're still doing performances, but not.
Well, my
to
mom
this
still
extent.
goes. My mom's like, and her husband Christopher. Like Christopher loves musicals and theater, and then my mom and like their friends, like Duncan and Maria, they go to musicals or theaters. Like how often? Like once
Well,
a month at least or something?
we have season's tickets in Toronto to the main thing. So it's about it's 6 or 8 shows a year usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
But so yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean honestly,
I mean, there's still like
you
a
really have to
market.
be into it to see so many musicals.
yeah.
There's still like a Broadway market that is
Oh,
like exists, but yeah, this, as I said in the documentary, like this is like the iceberg beneath that Broadway that was like had all of this money and budget into it. But it just seemed like almost like they're just spending so much money on like a Broadway musical is like at least like a business that generates revenue. These are just like burning cash to make a musical that like some people are gonna see. Like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's all about motivating the whole team and rah rah and what do it's like a revival. They still do all that.
I'm surprised
they still do, and all the new product launches and.
I'm surprised
but that's such big money.
I'm surprised that they didn't make them public. You could, I would think that could catch on.
Good point. Yeah.
And it's
don't know.
Great way to advertise, and the people already did all the work, so it's like, but I don't know. I think probably Broadway and the associated theaters probably have a lot of shows that they could already, sell. And I mean, who wants to go to a Walmart play if you have a choice to go see Cats and Phantom of the Opera and many of the classics? There's a lot of competition. But I think from a niche perspective, it definitely could work. And it does seem like it is still being done, at least from a corporate sales event type of aspect. But I think a lot of it probably has been replaced or just perhaps complemented with video. You can still motivate people in multiple ways, but video to me seems more controlled. Also, if I were going to one of these events, especially like if I'm not into Broadway, or I should say the theater, I would not like it. I like it. I like opera. I like theater. So I personally would, but you got to think that some random salesperson from Tucson, they're gonna say, this is just a waste of our time, and
there's probably lots of alcohol.
Yeah, probably to loosen them up a little bit, but yeah, and at least
and they get up today, and but I hear you though. It's not something that everybody really likes. But.
That's correct. LA doesn't have a district like that. We have like playhouses, is what they're called, or perhaps theaters, auditoriums, but there's not like a key district. We have film districts more so, and at least in Orange County, we do have some like theaters, but they're more spread out. It's not all compact, and probably is in Toronto. There's like I think I've seen like there's a theater district to some extent. Am I? Yeah, exactly. And probably, and I know certainly New York the same way, but I thought it was really interesting. I like the songs. So the guy Steve Young, I have known of him. I would watch The Late Show when I was a younger person, when it was on with David Letterman, and I remember he was like. So the reason why I remember him, he has the exact same name as a very famous quarterback, and so they would always kind of make this joke, and I really liked that quarterback. He was a San Francisco 49er quarterback, and I was a 49er fan, so it was like, oh, Steve Young? They're having Steve Young on tonight? Oh, it's Steve Young, this comedy writer, as opposed to the big-time quarterback. And they would make jokes.
Big disappointment.
Exactly. They would make jokes about that as well. Really even the idea of that having a live audience kind of a show is going by the wayside, and I dislike that greatly. But the Late Show is ending. The Tonight Show has discussed. I mean, the Tonight Show when I was a kid. I don't know how it is in Canada, but it still had Johnny Carson. I was at the very end of that, but it was the epitome of late night television. You'd watch all the other stuff, you'd watch the late local news, and then Johnny Carson would come on, and many people fell asleep to that. And it was in front of a huge studio audience in Burbank, and it was a really big deal. And
Yeah. It's same, by the way. We watch all American television.
Excellent.
You know, obviously some Canadian, but yeah. Exactly the same.
Exactly. And then I've heard basically, and then they had, the late night wars, and even within NBC going between Jay Leno and David Letterman, and then eventually Conan O'Brien getting it and Jay Leno taking it back, and all of those things that occurred. But now to go to not every single weeknight was to me preposterous. But I do hear it's quite expensive, and then you have these other shows. The Late Show, I think, ends in May, and the
I did not hear that. That's too bad.
Yeah, let me check that. So with Stephen Colbert, this has to do with the. Let me just check my facts here.
When
the Late Show with Stephen Colbert ending in May?
Well, they kind of got rid of him, right? Like they banned him for a bit or whatever.
No, that was Jimmy Kimmel.
That was Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, it was Kimmel.
That's okay though. No. Understandable. You're not incorrect. So yes, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is ending in May 2026. The series finale scheduled to air Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The cancellation was announced by CBS in July 2025, citing it as a purely financial decision against a challenging late night backdrop rather than the result of the show's performance or content. But there's more to this. The decision marks the end of the 33-year franchise on CBS, which began with David Letterman in 1993, and will result in the network retiring the late night slot entirely. Stephen Colbert confirmed the specific final episode date during an appearance on Late Night with Seth Meyers in January 2026, stating he is not being replaced and that the entire franchise is being shut down. However, Stephen Colbert was was a major critic of the Trump administration, and and so
maybe that's why
they're saying that it's a financial decision, but there was a lot of pressure on the new owners of it's Paramount, like Skydance, the Ellison family, Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, who's a major Trump advocate and financier. Basically, there was some kind of agreement there that also took that also affected the Jimmy Kimmel show as well. He was going to be kicked off the air as well, even though that's a different company altogether. And now let me look up the Tonight Show that because I've only, maybe it was only rumors, but what is the issue with the Tonight Show? Is it going to be not every weeknight anymore with Jimmy Fallon, something like that?
Maybe. I mean, I guess there's just so much competing content now. You know, honestly, I used to always watch Letterman, always, and sometimes Leno, like, you know, that kind of thing. But now, you know, we're usually into a movie or something like that, and if you feel like watching it, you kind of get little reruns here and there, or you can go on YouTube and watch what you want. Right?
That's right. So Jimmy Fallon
keep producing it, like they just, you know, that used to be the only thing. There was no other competition, really.
Exactly.
Everybody had their there's televisions on. Everybody had the same selection of shows, and of course, it's been a while now. But now, especially since, like, you didn't have to go to the store and get a DVD or whatever, right? Like, it's just all there. And as you say, Zach, you can find anything you want on somewhere. Right?
Yeah.
You decide what you want, and you'll find it.
That's correct. And the Tonight Show doesn't even air new episodes every night anymore. Friday night is just a repeat, and that's basically killing the biggest franchise of all time in late night. And they're moving away from that. I understand they say it's budgetary reasons. To me, you're losing one of the jewels of your network. I mean, what comes next? You're going to get rid of the nightly news? Are you going to get rid of the Today Show? There's just not, there aren't that many traditions on anymore. I mean,
No, there's not.
and like Saturday Night Live is really one of the last bastions of late night that has stayed off the chopping block. In the United States, it's a tradition. I know it expanded this year to England, so they have Saturday Night Live in England now, and apparently,
like I just realized the other thing too is we don't even have television. Like we just got rid of it because Netflix, Apple, all these other things, and then so we just from a budget perspective we just thought, well, how much are we going to spend and how often do we watch television? And the reality is we made the decision to cut it out, and I can't imagine that we're the only ones,
absolutely,
because all of those other streaming services add up, and then you have to make a choice.
Absolutely.
And live TV is like, yeah, okay, the Olympics or sporting events, but even the news.
Agreed. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. No.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have. Did you have the same selection of it?
Everything was on CBC.
Everything was on CBC. Yeah, you're right. So you know what? You're right. We didn't even subscribe to that. We did get that.
It's a strategy known as cutting the cord, and has been very popular in the last 15 years, especially with the price of cable being hundreds of dollars a month. That is just people find to be unnecessary, and the real reason anybody really has television anymore is for live sports, and you can get that through many of the apps. And really, these organizations have never been able to um, stop the pirating of their streams. So that's just a huge loophole that they've never been able to overcome. Why pay hundreds of dollars a month when literally with a couple extra clicks you can have it all for free? And many people have made that decision. I know I haven't had a television in well, I've used televisions as monitors, but I haven't had a television in like maybe almost 20 years. As a kid, I would have it, but then I found everything I needed was on a computer, and it was easier. I use pop-up blockers, so I don't even see advertisements. It's so much more efficient, and I have everything that I want. I can have playlists that just play all day long, 24 hours a day. I don't have to touch anything, and I love that aspect about it. So yeah, getting back to the idea of the theater and shows, though, there's something special about that. I have always found it fascinating. How can these people memorize all of this so well and look so beautiful when they're doing it? And it's almost like it's really like a movie come to life on stage. And I've always been fascinated by that and how they don't make mistakes. That's always just been incredible to me. Like I would always think, do they have cue cards hidden somewhere? No, this is just what they do, and it's a different kind of acting. So I have found that to be
a couple plays with Miss Mercer at Limbra. Shout out to her, and it's like just a lot of practice and memorization and practice.
Agreed.
They're little crappy little school musicals.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So I very much enjoyed that. I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to say about it. I found the integration.
I thought it was funny from like the songwriters' perspective. Like like these like composers, and some of them go on to have like these like really great careers, and they're just like kind of they have like the songs and the whole thing is like comical because it's like so professionally done. with like the props and the costumes and the choreography, and the music is like super catchy, and it's like really amazing songs, but just like the lyrics of the songs are also amazing, but just the fact that it's like customized into like God knows what product is just I just found it really funny.
Agreed. They're talking about industrial foam and all these acronyms and how that's being made into couches and the silicone of the Apollo astronauts' shoes. And I found that to be really interesting and thought it would be fun as a writer. Probably saw it as challenging. I also found it really interesting. I'm a somewhat a big Martin Short fan, and to find out like that's how he got his start to initially start paying the bills in these musicals. And I just find him to be quite an interesting person. So that was cool that he was in it. Um, yeah, so I wonder.
I thought the Burger King manager musical was like a thing today. I think people would go watch it.
It could have that viral effect. But
do you remember by the way in person?
Where?
Up in Muskoka at Cleveland's house. He was dining in the.
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were pretty young.
Apparently, I've been in the same room as Martin Short in Muskoka.
Very well. His son Oliver and I are we have shared acquaintances, so we kind of have run in the same circles, and always heard interesting, very good things about that family, and they're like, at least in the United States. I'm going to name every Canadian person who comes to mind, and he's one of them. You've got like Martin Short, Howie Mandel, Jim Carrey, Pamela Anderson. I'm like Norm Macdonald. Like many of these are comedians. Let's see here. Who else? Wait. That doesn't count. He's the great one. Another mutual. One of my friends is his neighbor. Yes.
Which his new movie is supposed to be fantastic.
And Ryan Reynolds. He's big from Vancouver. And there are others, Justin Bieber and Tate McRae and some other people, but like the ones who, like Americans, the ones that I named, many Americans never would recognize that they're not American. Like they've become so ingrained in our culture that we see them as American. And they have American children, many of them, and such. But yeah, they're from Canada.
Levy,
another one.
Who's the other guy that in with Martin Short, John Candy?
So he had three really. Steve Martin and
Ghostbusters.
Bill Murray.
No.
So
sorry, I just can't remember.
No, that's fine. Dan Aykroyd, of course.
Dan Aykroyd.
Yes, exactly. He's the one that I was really over. He's one who I always thought was from the United States, but no, he's from Canada as well. Those are the big ones that like kind of have, at least in American society. Yeah, it's exactly. Those are the people who we think of as no longer being part of like Canadian culture, but they have seeped into American culture, and they're as American as anybody else, seemingly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and most of them live down there, right?
Yep.
At least most of the time, I would think.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But they got their start in many of them in small Canadian towns. Not everybody came from Toronto or.
We have Second City.
Exactly.
In Toronto,
Exactly.
And that's a really big start for them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's a big move.
Drew Carey.
He's a comedian, but he's not Canadian.
He's not Canadian.
I believe he's from Ohio. But that Second City is like the doorstep to Saturday Night Live, which is the epitome in the United States of comedy still to this day, it's been that way for 50 years. Where if you really want to get your start and start getting into movies and such, that's how you do it. And that door, it is well, Lorne Michaels, the founder, he's Canadian.
Oh, I did not realize that he's Canadian.
Let me check that. But there's always been something to that. He's something. Yeah, he's a Canadian American television producer. So that's why that has always seemed to. He's from Toronto, so that's why that's always kind of seemed to be. Saturday Night Live always kind of had a Canadian feel to it, at least with many of the performers, Dan Aykroyd and Norm Macdonald and such.
Rick Moranis is also Canadian.
Yes, he is. That's right. And very interestingly, got out of acting for like 30 years or so, and now he's getting back into it, I believe, for Spaceballs 2. Exactly. Yeah. So, yes, very interesting.
Have you ever been to Canada?
I have, one time. And
where'd you go?
I went to Windsor.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, I was visiting a friend who lived in that area, and we were it was like 19 or 20, and in Windsor you could drink at age 19, and I just wanted to see what Canada was like, and the things that stand out to me were the fact how similar it was to the United States, but there were some weird things. The beer store, that was interesting to me. That's like the first place I believe we went. Then Windsor was amazing at night. There were like the whole town like shut down in the streets, and people would just have like everyone. Alcohol is very big there. Now I've got to say, everybody talks about how nice Canadians are, and I can say most of the Canadians that I met were very nice. However, one of the people who I went with, he wasn't my friend, but he was a friend of a friend, went there and was actually stabbed on yeah, exactly. Who was right? On our adventure, and that was certainly concerning. So it was a little different. What else do I recall? I remember just like the currency, like those. It was certainly like, at least when we went then, there was an advantage of going. Um, Basically, they would accept American money. Like Americans won't generally accept Canadian money, but at the time there, you would accept Canadian money because it was actually like 25% stronger or something like that. So we, I remember that, and I only went for like a weekend, but yeah, that was an interesting time. Trying to think what else we did. There was.
Windsor is a pretty sleepy town, right? Like when, I kind of went, oh, okay, so that's where you visit. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's very different from, obviously Toronto, Vancouver, like the bigger cities.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just went for.
BC is phenomenal. It's just beautiful. Well, it's the same coast, right? We're on the same coast.
Absolutely, the Pacific. I wasn't intending necessarily to go to Canada. It was just kind of maybe there were some plans. I'm recalling I was meeting a friend who was from that area and visiting him at his house, and it was like this is where we go on the weekend. And a big thing too was the casinos there. Something like you only had to be like 18 or 19 or something to go to the casinos. So we did not do that though. All I recall was there was a strip club that we did not go into, but I remember the women who we were outside of it, just at like a pub, and the women who were going into the strip club, I remember they were very attractive looking, but we didn't go in there. That's not my jive really. But I remember being like, okay, well, I see why this is so popular for Americans as a weekend retreat if you live anywhere around here because um, basically you get to be an adult 2 years earlier than you normally would, or whatever you want to consider to be an adult. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
and
It's so funny. I have never been to a casino in Canada ever,
okay,
and they're pretty new. They're pretty new. They were not here for a long time,
oh,
and
interesting.
then they put them on in the border towns.
Yeah,
Like that's kind of where they put them. But now there's one in Toronto, but I think it's I don't know within the last 10 years or something like that. Like they just did not exist, which I actually liked. But
yeah. I'm
like
not big
everything else,
into them
it
either.
changes.
I'm not big into them either. It it I don't know how good it is for the surrounding areas, and I. But if that's your thing, that's your thing.
It is actually good for some of the surrounding areas, like in the in the smaller towns and whatever,
Oh,
because
sure.
it draws people and creates jobs, and you know, there's there's some with our indigenous people
Right,
that are run
right.
by the indigenous folks, and so it's a resource for them as well. But yeah, it's just I don't know.
Do they offer?
Not my thing.
Yeah, like at least the ones that we have in California that are run by indigenous tribes, they don't have some let me think. Maybe they don't have dealers or something. There's something different compared to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has tables and machines, but I believe the indigenous tribes they only have the machines, not the dealers. And then there are some places in Los Angeles that have, not Los Angeles proper, but like little suburbs around it, that have, um, they're called card rooms, and they only have cards. So they don't have any machines. And then you go to Las Vegas, which is only like 3 hours away, and then you get everything basically. But um, that's especially with online gambling. I don't do that either, but I know that a lot of gaming, as they call it, is down, at least in the United States. Actually, particularly in Las Vegas, and a lot of the people blame the government, the current administration, especially because of immigration and the lack of Canadians who would come. Going to Las Vegas for Canadians, for many Canadians,
Yeah.
was kind of a either an annual trip or maybe once every few years that people would do. But now it's much the temptation or and such, and just the overall hassle that many people, not just from Canada but globally, feel that they will get if they come to the United States has kept them out. So
It's so unfortunate. It is just really, really, really unfortunate. The whole thing,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
It's kind of sad, but yeah, they canceled a lot of flights to the States because the people just are not going.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm sad. I hope it goes back to where it was.
Perhaps one day. Absolutely. Well, that was a really great documentary. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they covered in it that um, or perhaps that we didn't cover.
I just like the dude's like just